Good luck.
Hey, Von Falkenstein. There's a bunch of those. I'm not tired in the strictest sense of the word, I'm just sad. Hello, Act. So I wasn't actually going to mention this out loud. I'll wait a minute. I'll wait a minute. Apparently nobody's here. I did have a good lunch, though. I had leftover kebab. It was quite good. Hi, Dream Whisperer. Hey, Hazardous. Yeah, it'll take a minute. It always does. Here, have some food for your kids. Whoop, sorry. Sorry about that. I shouldn't do that. What form of kebab? You know, that's a good question. Leftovers from cooking from yesterday. That's what kind of kebab. It was spicy? Does that count? Yeah, they really like that that dungeon fog, don't they? Consequently, today's stream is sponsored by Dungeon Fog. Dungeon Fog, a service I've never used, and therefore can talk about extensively.
Really?
I didn't have garlic sauce. I don't know what it's called. It's not tzatziki, but it's like really similar to it. I suppose I could call it Persian tzatziki, but it's Persian tzatziki. That's, I don't know what else to call it. I don't know names. See, ironically, I'm usually not that way, True Whisperer. There are very few white sauces I enjoy. Like Alfredo? No, thank you. Would rather not have it. Hi, Valerian. I will go without rather than have Alfredo. All the blech. Blech, blech, blech. Blech, I say blech! How does the pod know where to go if it's this foggy? Maybe Von Falkenstein, huh? Your guess is as good as mine. That might have been it, Professor Iago? It's Persian. That's what I got. I can tell you what it tastes like, except I'm terrible at describing taste. It tastes like with a little bit of on the side. I think I missed on that photo op.
It's time.
Oh yeah, lots of cucumber. Like, no really style. Yeah, that might have counted. Meat on Falkenstein? Pretty sure it was some kind of beef. It was rather spicy. As is my wont. Also had some rice with some chicken in some sauce that included peaches. And... I suppose that's it, actually. Rice. I mentioned rice. Hey, Luco.
Welcome back.
Oh, hey, I got a good picture of a Trevenant. No, I didn't. But I got a new picture of a Trevenant. That'll do. Are all of these... whatever. Best picture, right there. You can tell. Just look at it. Beautiful. Wow. That's a 4-star Kecleon. But nothing new for there. That sucks.
Nice work.
So I'd like to say that I planned this, and admittedly I kind of did. But only a little bit.
Nice work.
1 year ago today, Platy died. And... that sucks. Hasn't stopped sucking. Go figure.
Nice work.
But... I thought playing the most positive, optimistic game I could today would be a good decision for that.
Nice work. Nice work.
I thought she'd appreciate that.
Nice work.
I wasn't even going to mention it, to be honest with you. But I don't want people to think I forgot.
Ah.
Right, that would actually bother me. If people got such an incorrect impression of me. Like, oh yeah, no, he totally doesn't even care. He totally spaced it.
Hey!
I heard there was another huge energy reading while you were out doing research.
Professor!
Come on, Professor, tell us what happened. Yes, I was just about
Here's
to.
the thing.
There's a tremendous amount of energy coming from deep within the forest. It's got to be an Illumina Pokemon, and I'm almost certain it's connected to the ruins. So you have to go to the ruins. I set it on my calendar on Falkenstein, so
Thanks.
hard for me to forget.
Oh, right!
Yep, nope, yeah, we're just going straight into the Illuminous thing. I don't know. Hello, Zoctaft. By the way, thank you, Shikor. Yeah, I'll do a full bow.
Where's that reading coming from? Looks like it's right under you.
Is that a freaking melodic?
Follow that Milo tick.
I'm sorry, pronounce that again? Milotic? Did I hear that correctly?
It had just surfaced. I'm sure you could use an Illumina orb.
I'm working on it. Damn it. Oh, I got it. Oh yeah, melodics are huge. I'm gonna keep calling it that, by the way, because Milotic is a dumb name. Your name is Melodic. Or Melodic. No, shoot, now I'm getting screwed over. Your name is Melodic. There we go.
I bet a Fluffroot could reach it down there.
Whoop, wrong button. Milotic. That's just... I mean, this is the first Pokemon game with voice acting. So technically it's canon. But screw 'em. It's a dumb name. I don't care if it's correct. It's dumb. I'll never call her Aerith. I'll never call her Milotic. Jesus, that's hard to hit at speed. Here, have some food. No, I'm done. Yep, sorry, we gotta kill her now because we were wiping out all ticks. Alright. Yeah, but they don't emphasize vowels in general on Falkensteins. That's kind of its own thing. Yeah, see, the show is probably how it's actually pronounced, because, you know, they can do that on the show. No, that's extremely stupid, Gum Gum. I shoot the person who came up with that. And now we take their stuff. And see? Artificial scarcity gone. What? 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 Oh, God. Camera does not move that quickly. Well, it's funny you say that, because the shows aren't canon for the games at all. But pronunciation is probably accurate. So, if they say Milotic in the show, then they're wrong. Anyways, so. Speaking of which, let's look at the question queue here. I've cleaned this up a little bit while I was waiting. Let's see here. Gum Gum said, would you rather be a Seeker Swarm for the Collectors or part of Kaisar's Legion? Seeker Swarm. Favorite? Oh, Baron isn't here. Jesse's Mask isn't here. Evo isn't here. Loner isn't here. Pika isn't here. Ect says, do you think one of these days motion controls will actually work as intended?
Looks like it's swimming away.
Hypothetically, yes. But I would say that the most likely situation in which that would work is if we're already at the point of essentially being a holodeck. You know, you hop on a holodeck and do this, then the computer will adjust to it perfectly, and there you go. That's a good question, Blageball. But if there's no canon, then what's the point of it? Let's see, Don Crow had a question, which I don't understand. Well, Magnus had a question, Nero's asked a question, and that's everything. So we got several pictures of the Milotic. Oh god, now it's screwing me up. The Milotic. I can go with that one. Let's go. We accidentally got a shot of the Crystal Bloom.
All right. Excellent. Perfect timing.
Probably not to the extent of, say, the Matrix Dream Whisperer. But to a much more mundane extent, yeah, that's probably pretty easy. It's just a matter of stimuli. Well, it's very simple, Gum Gum. Some people steal things. I don't understand your question. You're asking me how theft fits in a civilization. It does. People steal things, and that's part of society. That's it. We're good. Pinnacle of beauty.
Ah.
I mean, our current civilization functions, and we have both theft and green in it, and we have for every civilization we've ever had, so... Hi, DJT. What interests me most from the PMD world compared to the main game world? The fleshing out of the Pokemon as sentient and sapient, which the main games have only, frankly, touched on. So now we know Illumina live here as well. That brings us to the idea that events depicted in Lentil's legends actually happened. Don't the legends say that Pokemon warded off some huge disaster? What do you think that was? Evidence suggests it was a meteorite. About 2,000 years ago, we know that the Teller meteorite arrived. According to the legends of what happened then, the Illumina Pokemon's power was scattered all over the region, making the Pokemon of Lentil grow. Interesting idea, isn't it?
But
Here's my theory. What really caused the Pokemon to glow was, in fact, the Teller meteorite itself. And Illumina Pokemon are the ones that are most heavily affected by the meteorite.
Huh?
So the legends are wrong? That's what we're trying to find out, which is why our research is so important. We must disprove the legends. I'm sorry, what, von Falkenstein? I mean, Gum, the problem here is there's plenty of theft that is unnecessary in real life. Along with murder. Greed isn't necessary by definition. So...
how goes?
Hey, how are things? Research going okay? Listen, I know you can take the Neo one off to other islands, but why not try snapping some photos here? You may already be familiar with the Pokemon around here, but you'll find new sides to them if you
By
look.
the way,
Just choose the icon at the top left to get started. Yeah, okay.
appreciate it.
Okay, that's strange. Well, that's what I'm here for, Professor Iago. To take photos at the research camp. Oh god. There's Stoutland. Meowth. Eat the apple, Meowth. Eat it! Or don't. That's cool, too. Aw. Well, there's our Eevee. And a Trubbish.
Awesome!
And a Star. There's actually several we haven't seen before here. Like, quite a few, actually. I'm not super worried about its active, especially since she's actually working for me, but, you know, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Everything's cool. Everything's cool. What? You're not fooling anybody, Sudowoodo. You're not fooling anybody. Stop sitting there. Don't make me cut you. Hey, Beautifly. Excuse me, Cutifly. My bad. No, Mass Effect is a Babylon 5 game. What did... Okay, whatever. That's a good point, Leitchball. What? Stop making me try to hit you in the head, you stupid Baneri. No! Fine. I can't even... Ah, whatever. Whatever. Hate Pokemon! They're the worst! Spit upon them. Patooey, patooey. The world is following me.
Phew!
Hey. Anyways, can I imagine a post-scarcity society would ever reach? So, Star Trek is not post-scarcity. Earth is post-scarcity. And that's kind of the direction I'm going with. I can imagine we won't actually reach true post-scarcity. We might reach, I don't know what it's officially called, but close to post-scarcity. Less scarcity? I don't know. Something like that. I think that's doable. So yeah, we're gonna have a whole bunch of new Pokemon here. Just, oh, it's okay. We're just gonna kill all the Spartans, Actaf. I mean, obviously. Their job is done. They're busy having sex with prisoners of the Covenant. Local posters? Yeah, it might work.
Let's do this. A new discovery. Nice work.
I don't know what that means, Gum Gum, so I have no idea.
A new discovery. Nice work.
And I know what you're saying. Well, it's a libertarian society that's socialist. Yeah, but those words mean so many different things depending on who you ask. So, well,
A new discovery.
like define fascist for me, for example.
Perfect timing.
Of course I do, Zacteft. People won't stop complaining about it.
A new discovery. Nice
I'm not complaining about it, it's just funny, because I've heard nothing but bad things about the show. Like, universally. A stateless society. Well, that's stupid, because the Federation is actually rather governmental. It even has layers of government. And the Federation Council, which kind of runs everything. And the military. Anyways, what interests me most... I don't know if I finished answering this act, I'm sorry. What interests me most from the Mystery Dungeon world compared to this one is really fleshing out the Pokemon as their own people, as a society, as a culture. Digging into them as more than just, you know, hey, it's there and it's cute, and occasionally it eats berries. Stuff like that. Yeah, seatbelt laws. Anyways... That's true, Zactef. That's why we have to kill them all. Like, if they were just willing to talk, I would... Oh, here it is. Lentil Seafloor, Crystal Bloom. That's what I need. I need to get a sea... this is what I need to progress. See, this is what I missed earlier. Anyways. If they were willing to talk, we wouldn't have to kill them all, Zactef. But they're not willing to talk. So they're all dead.
This.
Even that Magikarp is dead. He just doesn't know it yet. No, that's the point he's making, von Falkenstein. Agreed, Act. Yeah, no, PMD did some fascinating world building for the Pokemon setting, which is funny, because it's not the Pokemon setting, it's its own setting. But it did some fascinating world building for itself. It's probably one of my favorite aspects of the game I played. Oh, hello. I didn't even see you last time. Hello. You're sort of in my way. No, it's pretty small, relatively speaking, Zacteft. If you really get into all of sci-fi and all of fiction, there's much, 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 much bigger, to the point of ludicrousness. I mean, even the Empire in Isaac Asimov's Foundation trilogy is really big, comparatively speaking. Oh, I see what I have to do. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Please? 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 I'm begging you. There. No. Move. Move. There. Totally counts. It's not going to count. I hope that counts. Or I'm just going to take a few and hope that one of these counts. Yeah, 22,000 Star Destroyers, which, as several people have pointed out, is actually lowballing it. Then again, in the Clone Wars, the Clone Army was like 2 million people strong, which is insanity. But I think I've complained enough about numbers in fiction, so I'm going to just move on. That's a good question, Lord Hermon. I don't know. I feel like you can make it work. Like, I feel like that's a thing. I just have to think about it a bit. Look at William Elmer. Look at me. There we go. Honestly, the Reapers would probably win that one out. If I had to guess. No, wait. I brought you food. No, come back. Okay, whatever. Damn it, I missed that one too. Wait. That's probably not going to count, but whatever. There, that might count. Okay, so this is going to sound insulting, and I kind of mean it as an insult, so I'll own up to that. But I feel like the easiest way to make a PMD game work in a main Pokemon game is to make it a minigame. You know, like how we've had the contests, or the movie things, or the beauty stuff, or, you know, all the little side games that they keep changing every generation. So you send off your Pokemon and they go, and they do their stuff, and blah, 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 and that's how you implement the gameplay of that. But, having said that, I think there's a lot of potential if they could do a thing where... I don't know, either they just get rid of the language barrier between Pokemon and people, which would be a really easy thing to do, or we basically play L, right? Or whatever stupid... N. And we can talk to Pokemon. It's like, hey, what's going on? Oh, you know, what? And, you know, just flesh it out that way. Sure, Gum Gum. That is extraordinarily not the Federation, though. Like, extremely not the Federation. That is almost, as I'm reading that, that might literally be the opposite of the Federation of Planets. Oh, that was a 3-star for the Pelipper. No, I think that was Gen 4 that did the humans or Pokemon thing, which is stupid, by the way. What would I call the Federation? I think I would call them a Federation of Planets, if I had to put a name on them. I feel like that would be a good one to use. Let's go with the 2. But my pictures counted, that's the important part. So we can progress.
Alright, nice work.
Oh, Warp Core, that's a good point. So a united federation of planets.
A new discovery. Nice work. Nice work.
I'll stick with that one. Hey, Larian.
Nice work. A new discovery. Nice work. A new discovery.
The Federation is run by the Federation Council. That alone should say all I need to say about how centralized the Federation is. Hi, Saber for Wife. Like, that's not super centralized, but the Federation Council is the governing body of the Federation. The whole Federation. They are the federal government. Like, I slept in every day. Does that count, Larian? Not on purpose, I should probably add. Just sort of kept waking up a couple hours later than normal. Alright. Progression time. No, I did get sleep. As several of my friends and family have said, the way that I worked the last week is probably a good indicator that the intended work schedule I hope to have someday, which is a 6-hour-a-day stream schedule instead of a 10-hour-a-day stream schedule, is probably going to work out pretty well. I'll probably make less money, and I'll probably, you know, have other problems related there too, but you know what? Whatever. So anyways. So, we now have Illumina Orbs for the islands.
Thanks.
Alright, so do you want to do underwater, the reef, or the beach with the Illumina Orb? Wait, what schedule changed? What happened? Oh god! Well, Saber for Wife says beach. And I must obey Saber for Wife. It is the only way. So let's see if we can get some new reactions here. Don't run. I'll just take pictures of you anyways. There is no escape. Blossom are so cute. I mean, a lot of Pokemon are cute, but, you know. Oh, no. What I would do is a 3-hour session, then a lunch break, then a 3-hour session fight. That's the intention. Oh, I'll do. Yeah, there we go. No, Pikachu's not cute. Nobody likes Pikachu. I think you mean restricted scarcity, Gum Gum. Nobody likes Pikachu. Oh, 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 pew pew.
Oh, wow.
That's so gross. Let's see it again. Best ratio of cute to non-cute Pokemon? Probably Gen 2.
Oh.
Where's the switch? Where's the switch? Go that way. There we go. Phew, got it in time. I'm pretty sure Pikachu is a lot of people's favorite Pokemon. I mean, but I'll be honest, I legitimately don't get why people like Pikachu. But then again, we all like our different Pokemon, right? I mean, I like Crobat. What the hell do I know? Ah. There's a new one. Oh, there's several of them. Okay, I gotta get a shot here. Come on, do a jump. Do a jump. Well, yeah, Pikachu's the mascot. Although, I'm not sure why that is either. I've never researched it. Like, I'm sure there's a specific reason why they chose Pikachu as their mascot instead of any of the starters or anything. Like, really think about Gen 1 for just a second. Really think about that and how utterly irrelevant Pikachu is to Gen 1, the original game. Someone somewhere sat down and put some thought and effort into who would become the mascot and made that the main character of the show and the show was popular, so that kind of solidified Pikachu forever at that point. Yellow might count, but Yellow came out after the anime. And they chose... Nobody's listening to me. They chose Pikachu for the anime, but nobody knows why. Or at least I should say I don't know why. So they chose Pikachu to be the mascot. For some reason. Yet, honestly, a lot of the Gen 1 artwork... is not the artwork, the in-game sprites look kind of bad. Like, not the worst, but you just look at it like... We'll go with the double wave. Guts wave! Doesn't matter. Oh yeah, God, Golbat. What were they thinking?
Alright, nice work.
Yeah, why isn't Mew our mascot for Pokemon? Much cuter.
Great timing. Nice work.
Yeah, we'll take the front pitch.
Perfect timing.
I don't know why I said pitch instead of picture. I think it's just because I'm stupid.
Perfect timing.
Yeah, Eevee. There's another cute Pokemon in Gen 1 that wasn't... Well, I mean,
Discovery.
at the time wasn't turned into the mascot. They've been pushing Eevee to be more of a mascot lately, I've noticed. Like, that's been true for years at this point. Eevee's adorbs. Favorite evolution? Go. You know mine, because she's right here.
Hey, so
Alright, let's do the reef this time. Several Umbreons, several Glaceons. A bunch of hippies who have no idea how society works. Gum Gum.
Look at this.
Another Glaceon. Sylveon. A lot of Umbreons. I don't actually like Umbreon that much. I'm pretty sure I'm the weirdo on that one, though. Which I can live with that. Those are Squirtles. Why did I not see these Squirtles before? Oh my god. Oh my god. That was actually cute. Yeah, Alolan Raichu will cause me to murder everyone. Just the whole world. Just bam. Just like that. But no, the other thing that you say, what does that sound like to me, Gum Gum? People who are going to be exploited. That's what that sounds like to me. And I mean that with all due sincerity. That is just a recipe for people who don't understand and don't know, who are going to be misused and abused by people who do. Get it? There we go. Well, hang on. So, I like Steel, Ghost, Ice, and, Poison. And that is in order, Ghost, Steel, Poison. So you're right. Ghost, Steel, Poison do not have an evolution. I've never actually thought about that. Well, I'm afraid you have been defeated, Terra. By that Wailord. It's this. I have a Wailord. Your argument is invalid. I'm sorry. Oh, I've seen some really cool fan evolutions over the years. There's several. Like, I've seen 3 or 4 different takes on a ghost Eevee and a poison Eevee. Look really cool. Whale butt! Gotta have the whale butt. Very important. No! No! There. Finally got one. Alright, what am I scanning? Oh, it's over here. It's over here. What am I scanning? Telling you, it's a friggin' balloon. Who's a good balloon? Who's a good balloon? You want some apples? I can give you some apples. Eat the apples. Yeah, if I could just weigh as little as a Wailord does, relatively speaking, then I'd probably be anorexic, but it'd still be nice, you know? Well, okay, it would suck, but... Shut up. Well, it's easy. All you have to do to evolve a ghost Eevee, is you give it a really big hug. And show it just how much you love it. And it's like, aww. It becomes a ghost just out of sheer love. Come on, do it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Stop taking so long. Flying Eevee would be pretty cool. How would I retitle it? I mean, mutation is the correct word, but as many people have discussed many times, that doesn't really work, right? Like, mutation just sounds weird. So... Metamorphosis? Maybe. Probably something... Like, we'd probably come up with something to call it other than just an actual word. Because, like, metamorphosis is certainly a valid word. But it's a little bit too much of a word, right? Meta? Well, that has other connotations, so that doesn't quite work. Metastasis! No, that's too much. Morphing? I like morphing. It's simple, it's efficient. People would know what it means on just immediately. Yeah, thanks, Zuckerberg! Ruining everything. Again. Oh, sorry! Sorry! I'm sorry! I was trying to give you food! I was trying... No! I like morphing. That's probably what I would go with. Actually, we already have that, Terra. It's, you count the syllables. Metamorphosis. See, that's just way too many. Morphing, on the other hand. Go, Poke Rangers, which is actually a thing. Da -da -da -da. No, I haven't heard of that, Saberfly. That sounds like an amusing strategy. Go, Morphine Rangers. Stab, stab, stab the needle. Oh my gosh, that's a 4. I will take that. Oh, I got a new one for Wailord. Oh, that's why. Gotta get the butt! We have found Loke. He evolved, Aramount. I haven't. I'm still stuck. Aw, those are good shots, but I don't need a 3. I need a 1. We got a 4 Puke Mew, though.
Now then.
Shifting.
Nice work.
The Pokemon are shifting. No, I don't like that.
New discovery.
Also too easy to abuse.
Nice work.
Dude, we should totally have Wailord's airships. Like, I love airships, and I love Pokemon. Let's do it!
Nice work. Nice Nice work. Nice work. Nice work. Perfect timing.
I don't think Wailord can learn fly, although it arguably should be able to. But let's just ignore that the Pokédex is a bunch of nonsense. You know, that's a good point. I was never born, Lord Aramont. Valid. I need to save one photo to album. For my niece. That one right there. There. I'm liking it, Blade Ball. I'm liking it.
Thanks.
Okay, so... Did I not get...
Thanks.
Alright, well, I'm missing something in these 3 zones. So we haven't done the underwater with Illumina yet. So let's try this. See if we can figure out what it wants from us. So we gotta figure out what we need to progress.
Take care.
It's gonna be something to do with the Illumina Orb, because that's what we unlocked. That'd be funny. We Illumina a Magikarp, and it turns into Gyarados, like, right in front of us. Yeah, that'd be horrifying. Yeah, whale ships, I'm cool with. Let's do it. Making our own Pokemon. Pokemon rewrite? No, we've got 2 other things to rewrite first, so... 3, actually. But I'm not going to tell you about the 3rd one. Did you just explodinate something? Apparently we can go this way now.
Look how the light shines down here. It's the best part of underwater photography.
The light? It's an interesting perspective to have. I sure love being able to see things. It's hard to argue with it, too. You know, it's just... Yeah, well, I like being able to see things. Come on, give me a higher level Tentacruel. I've only gotten 1-star Tentacruels. Alright, Magikarp. You know what you need to do. Turn into a Gyarados. Do it. Oh, not at all. Not even the tiniest little bit, no. What are those? Oh, there's more Finneons, okay. No! No! Oh, God. Ghost Leviathan spawns. Ah! Yeah, that would probably terrify me. Hello? It's a fish.
Whoa, really?
Oh, hello. It's another Frillish. It's a lot. Oh, okay, now that terrifies me a little. Can't see the bottom. Just... Okay, there it is. I'm okay. I'm okay now. I can see the bottom now. We're okay. Everything's okay. Listen, Moya had it coming. Wouldn't do what I told her to do. God! And then she gave birth to a weapon. Like, what the hell, Moya? biggest appeal to Subnautica? It's a good survival game with a solid story focus and an actual campaign progression to it. So imagine, so let me say that in simpler terms. It's a survival game that's good. That's new. Ah, hello. In my honest opinion, especially when we got that deluge of survival games for like 10 years, counting now, the biggest problem all of them make is the fact that they're just survival. That's it. Keep surviving. There's no goal, there's no progression, there's no story, it's just survive. And that's honestly pretty boring to me. Interesting for maybe an hour, maybe 2, and then that's it. Hey, Ross. But yeah, Subnautica? Yeah, also, Subnautica isn't procedurally generated. There's some randomization to it, to be assured. But for the most part, it is manually crafted. What? Yeah, exactly, Act. You get it. Hello! Ah, they don't want to move at all, do they? Hello, Cradley. Oh yeah, no, it's an absolutely terrifying game. At least to anybody who has any problems with underwater stuff, like, nobody I know, personally, but, you know. Get out of the way. Go have an apple.
It's time.
Like, just a second ago, no joke, for just a few seconds, I was a little bit, because I couldn't see the bottom. I was hovering over an abyss and couldn't see what was under me. And that was like, and then the bottom, you know, the seafloor came into view, and I was fine. No, Gum, not at all. My goodness, no.
What was it?
No, the exploratory force will be the exploratory force. Starfleet will be Starfleet. I don't actually have a fear of the ocean, as weird as that may sound. What I don't like is, it's technically a form of the unknown. I don't like not being able to see or perceive where or what is around me. So, some of you may remember, when I very first started at the very beginning of the Subnautica run, I was more terrified than most other points in the run. Why? Because I would go up to the surface, and I would see ocean in all directions. No land masses, no nothing except for the crashed ship. And just that total lack of information on what was below the waters, that total lack of knowledge, really got to me. And it's why I stayed in the shallows area, the safest part of the game, for a huge period of time. Because I was terrified of leaving because of that. Oh god, Larian. Yeah, I can picture that. So the ocean doesn't bother me in the strictest sense of the word.
Great timing. Nice work. A new discovery. Nice work. Nice work. Nice work. Nice work.
Oh, I'm keeping that one.
Nice work.
I'll keep that one.
A new discovery. Nice work. Nice work.
Okay, so did I discover the new thing? Oh no, Camino's fine. Everything's fine there. As long as I'm indoors and never outdoors for any reason whatsoever. Pardon me, one moment. I will be right back. Okay. No, don't. Yeah, I codified a few things during the lunch break. Did you pull off some special feat again? The professor's been frantically analyzing the data you sent back. Professor, figure anything out?
Yep.
I may have. You remember those ruins on the seafloor? I'm certain they're now connected to the Illumina Pokemon.
Mm-hmm.
And as if to prove it, we're seeing more energy readings. They're coming from the ocean depths. Huh, that means Captain Vince could have been there 100 years ago. Yep, good thing we got the Neo 1. Time to get to work.
All right.
Didn't we just... Okay, whatever.
Oh, right.
Time to do the... So, guesses right now. What's going to be the Illumina Pokemon for underwater? We already know it's not the Melodic, because we've already seen that. So... I've got 3 for you, Gum Gum. Warhammer... Oh, shoot. Hang on. Twister's interrupting my joke. Hang on. Okay. Warhammer 40K. There you go. Thank you, Twister. Very much, as always. I will put that towards the homeworld block. Give me 1 second here. Saber for Life has a good question. You have... I'm going to ask this for the group, too. You have infinite money and power. You got the Q-Snap. You are going to cross over Pokemon with another franchise, with mechanics included if you want to choose the game. What would that franchise be and why? Now, the cheating answer, which I'm going to give immediately because I've already done this, is my setting. I would make Pokemon actually a thing within the extant. A little bit more codified and a little bit more designed in order to make them actually make sense in lore and make, you know, coherence, but other than that, I'd have to think about it. I think you're right, Dream Whisperer. I think it's going to be Gyarados. Gyarados. Bleh. Okay, this is a little terrifying, I'm not going to lie. That's not Gyarados. That... Really? Okay, so first of all...
Okay? Thank goodness.
God, this is hard even...
The Neo
There.
one's fine too. I think that was the Illumina Pokemon.
You missed nothing.
Go after it? Alright, take a careful look around.
There's a lot of wishy-washy around. The non-school form. MLP is a good pick. I actually agree with that. Especially since Pokemon could probably communicate with them because sentience and sapience. Whoa, whoa, whoa!
Awesome.
There we go. Stardew Valley. Oh my god. Okay. Gameplay-wise, yeah, just add Pokemon to Stardew Valley.
Hey, maybe try making all those wishy-washy glue.
What do you think I'm doing, you asshole? Imagine rather than just raising... you get it, right? Rather than just raising farm animals, you raise Pokemon in Stardew Valley. Like, I mean, honestly, a Stardew Valley style and quality of game done in Pokemon sounds really cool. Yeah, I'd buy the snot out of that. Just immediately.
Try throwing a few Illumina orbs at that big wishy-washy.
What do you think okay, fine. I will go back to doing what I was already doing, which was producing results. I don't remember what the wishy-washy is. And school forum's kind of different anyways. Actually, a Final Fantasy game done with Pokemon as the characters sounds pretty legit, too. Kinda with it. Listen, Game Freak is too busy making money to make games, okay? Now, that sounds like a joke. I mean, Pokemon is a JRPG. But it could be a lot more. There is so much they could do with Pokemon as a franchise, and even if you just zoom into just the main JRPGs, the main games, there is a lot of directions they could take the main games. Frankly, I think Arceus kind of proves that. I've been saying that for frickety years at this point, but, you know... I'm actually... So, a question I've asked many people, including chat and my own friends and family, is, do you basically what do you think Scarlet and Violet is going to branch out at all, you know, really do anything with it, or do you think it's just going to be another Pokemon game, which will probably be fun, it's worth noting, I'll probably enjoy and I'll probably buy, but it won't be, you know, moving forwards like it frankly should be. I don't think there is Savacom. I am predicting Scarlet and Violet will be just like all the others. Now, I have already ordered it. I will probably enjoy it. I like Sword and Shield, you know? And I will probably stream it, assuming you guys, you know, pay for it. You know, if you vote for it. But I'm predicting it'll be just another mainline game. Slightly better than the previous ones. And, you know, that's kind of it. It's too far down. Hello. That is hard to do. I'm not making it. Whatever. I failed. Oh, the Dex cut is almost assuredly contiguous at this point. I mean, the last time I was engaged with the main plot of a Pokemon game was Gen 5. Neither 6, nor 7, nor 8 really engaged me on that vector. IMO. Now, I liked the story of several of those games. Oh, hello. But the plot? Nah. There's too many of them. They're coming right for me. Or the opposite of that. Hello. Wait, one last picture. No! Super close up. What I like most about Arceus, granted I haven't played it, only watched my niece and my sister play it, but what I like most about Arceus, no joke, is the smoothness of it. How very, very little time it takes to go in or out of combat is something I find immeasurably improved over every Pokemon game, in my opinion. Less than a second to enter combat, less than a second to get out. That's awesome.
Quite a surprise.
One of the things I complain about and ding most often when it comes to game design is seconds and minutes. You know, all that wasted time, pressing the button too many times, or waiting for the animation, or whatever. Arceus just got rid of so much of that in the combat system that I love it. The rest of it, I'd have to play the game to really judge. But I was really impressed by that. Hey, we got a picture of Wishy-Washy. Did any of them count? Oh wow, not many of them did. But that one did. That one, there we go, that's a good one.
All right. Excellent. Great timing.
That's right, I'm willing to give my opinion on a game I've never played. Demon Soul sucks! There you go.
Ah.
Let's see, what else haven't I played? I haven't played whatever that Zelda game is. It's actually a Smash Brothers sprite, believe it or not. Thank you, E-Tree. As always. And I'll put that towards the Guardians of the Galaxy game, if you give me a moment. Another island, another amazing Illumina. Just like the travelogue said. Every part of Lentil is home to its own Illumina Pokemon. Question is, how would Captain Vince have found out?
But
He only wrote about meeting 2 Illumina Pokemon, right? Yes, and he wrote that there were 4. The mysteries just keep piling up. That's what makes it so intriguing. Yeah, we still need the lava one. We've actually already met 3 of them, if you're paying attention. Is there a Zelda game I haven't played? Yes, there are. Well, no. But yes, but no. Hey there, Shutterbugs. Remember how I suggested you do a little photography in camp? Thanks for the tip. Here, now try it from a different spot. Like where? Right here. Okay. Sure. Why not? Yeah, the CDI stuff is exactly what I'm referencing. Because they're not Zelda games, but I have never played them. So. I mean, I like MMOs too, Rhino. Of course, I also like good MMOs. Sorry, I was trying to give you food, not bonk you with food. No! No, I didn't mean to... No! Well, that... Okay. I'm trying to give him food. But no. Eat this, Pikachu. Or be destroyed. I think he did, Luco. Not sure what I think of that. Did that actually hit that poor Eevee? Oh, it's okay. The Eevee gets to have a snack. Which is what I was actually intending to begin with. No, come back. Wait, wait, wait. Listen, the Eevee got a snack and a bonk on the head. It's win-win, really. Yeah, let's see if we can get the Baniri this time. Probably not. Nope, because I can't aim for beans. Still can't hit the stupid thing. There we go. Maybe. Yay. Now suffer, Baniri. Listen, I gotta get all the demographs here, Mike. I've got to make sure when I go report to my niece, she doesn't say, "You suck," and then destroy me with a million billion things.
It's time.
Okay. Wow, that last picture really counted. I don't know how to. I haven't even seen a Heracross for you. Well, we already have 3 stars for the Eevee, so we'll take the 1 star. Listen, all I'm saying is that Eevee must die, okay? Is that too much to ask, honestly?
Nice work. Nice work.
There you go. Instead of calling it evolution, we'll call it dying.
Nice work.
What's this? Eevee is dying! Dun 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 dun. Eevee died into Leafeon.
Nice work.
My mind is weird. Don't ask. Oh wow, that's a lot of experience to level at the research camp. Good lord.
Thanks.
Hey, so
I guess we're hit the volcano now? Because yeah, we have 2 areas there, but we've only got the 1 here. So let's see what we can figure out. Dark Berry Dr. Pepper? That sounds weird. You trying to poison me, Ross? You're trying to poison me. Well, I accept my inevitable fate. Being poisoned by Dr. Pepper. I've heard a rumor some people actually like Dr. Pepper. Oh! Hey, 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 hey. Did you see its expression? Oh my god! Oh my god. And that one's expression like, really, dude? Really? But yes, we've... Oh, no. Oh, whatever. What is... Oh, Jesus. Ah! What is happening? I hear something happening. Oh, Jesus. It's Gravelers. It's all the Gravelers. see you, Charmander. There we go. We now have a happy Charmander. And a monkey. Does anybody actually like monkeys? Like, monkeys suck, you know? They're gross. They're irritating. They get everywhere. Oh, excuse me. What is the one series I wish would expand the same rate as the 40k games? StarCraft. And Warcraft. And Star Wars. And Star Trek. And Babylon 5. And Pokemon. Yeah, that's good. Wait. Final Fantasy. Also. I mean, kind of, yeah, Gum. So, I've spoken positively about the shotgun approach to franchising several times, and I stand by it. For those of you who have never heard me talk about it, it's really simple to describe. Shotgunning means you get a lot of crap, but you have, basically you're rolling the dice more. You have more chances to get something good. And, you know, then you occasionally get something good.
The professor says he's picking up a weird reading from in there.
That's interesting. This is terrifying. Blue lava. Just blue lava. Just straight up blue lava. Professor, does this thing rated for blue lava? Yeah, I don't see why not. Also, what's blue lava? Ah! Then we die. I gotta make it up to Luke's buddy here. No! Okay, it's okay. Here, have food. No! Take the food! Damn you! Meh! What do I have to say to that? I light up everything. Oh, hello. Should probably turn around. See whatever's happening in front of me. Oh, God. I don't understand the question, Rama, but thank you for the bits. I'll put that towards revengeance. I think that's what you just put it towards. Hang on. Gotta get the Typhlosion. Eat the berry. No! Fed, I bonk you. I bonk you for being a Typhlosion. This is what you get when you try to cross me. Looks like there never was honor amongst thieves. This is what you get for stealing from the Queen. Sorry. This place. A little terrifying, but, you know. What can you do? Ahem. So, let me put that towards revengeance. Rama.
It's time.
I have, in fact, Hans Moleman, excuse me. Don't know why I added that extra thing there. So, my expectation is that it will be either a remaster or a port, and that sucks. My hopes is that it will be a complete remake, pretty much from the ground up. I have played Super Monkey Ball, but not extensively. Look at that! Look at his face! What do we get here? Oh, we got a 3. And thank you again, Rama. I will put that towards Fallout New Vegas. See, I admittedly don't think that, but that's because I'm mostly thinking about the gameplay. So a total overhaul of the gameplay would be something that would be rather enjoyed by. No DLC MS. Does Microsoft have DLC? Is there like a Windows DLC you can get where the interface doesn't constantly forget to save your settings between sessions? That'd be nice, you know. Pay Microsoft so that Windows actually does its frickin' job. Thank you, Baron. As always. If you know where you want that one to go, please let me know. Look at his expression!
Nice work.
Got it. Kirby. So Luco asked, do you play fighting games? I used to. A very long time ago. The most recent fighting game I've played is the Dissidias, which are fighting games, but kind of their own thing, too.
Great timing.
So how much of that counts is kind of up to you. I am very good at Punch-Out, but that's not a fighting game. It's actually a puzzle game. Oh, okay. Listen, nobody cares about the DLC from Fallout New Vegas. Give me a break. God.
A new discovery.
Ect asks, of all the Command & Conquer games, which do you like most in terms of story and gameplay overall? Red Alert 3. No question. Don't even have to think about that.
A new discovery. Perfect timing.
Red Alert 3 it has the best overall core gameplay and gameplay structure. It's the least irritating to play, and it is absolutely hysterical on the story axis, as it should be. So did we unlock a thing? We found blue magma.
Ah,
Oh, looks like we have progressed. Someone do me a favor. Look up the speed run for this game, because I'm actually kind of curious. I should say speed runs. Surely there's a fill out the Pokedex category.
Huh.
Can't believe there were ruins that deep inside. They must have been built by people too, right? Right you are. Pokemon never build ruins.
also.
As for that big hole we saw in the wall. I picked up an Illumina Pokemon's energy coming from inside. Alright, so, what do you think the Volcano Pokemon Illumina... What the Volcano Illumina Pokemon's gonna be? Any guesses? That is... amusing, Ross. Wow. I build ruins all the time. Although that sounds like a cool game idea. It's a city builder, but you build ruins instead of full cities. Oh god, please don't be Charizard. I was very good at Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo. Once upon a time, Saber for Wife. I haven't really played it in quite a while. Why did I stop playing fighting games? Lack of interest in what they were doing.
Could it?
Okay, I wasn't going to call that one. What?
Oh my! Two Volcarona! A pair of Illumina Pokemon? Incredible!
I mean, Volcarona are legit.
They flew off down that tunnel. Follow them.
What game? What? Anyways. Oh, hello.
Work once those flames are put out.
Right, I gotta put up the flames with my apples. Die, flames. You've got nothing compared to this cidery goodness. architecture in general first. Man, Otacon wishes he was Mirror. So the problem I have with fighting games is there's just not a lot to them. Now I know what you're saying. Lore, fighting games are extraordinarily complex and in-depth. And you're right, but there's nothing to do. So fighting games kind of started drifting further and further away from having things like story or campaign or unique levels or challenge modes or anything. It just kind of started getting really hyper-focused on the one aspect of fighting games I am least interested in. PvP. You know, just two fighters fighting each other. So, that's the main reason I kind of fell out of the whole scene. No! No! Okay, hang on. We need to speed up our camera for those. My goodness. Just gonna go all the way to 10. Well, see, I actually played several fighting games since then, including, I think it was Apocalypse. There's a specific Mortal Kombat game, which had a full, you know, campaign mode. This is weirdly fast. Sorry about this. Which is pretty neat. I liked it. But, it was one of the exceptions to the rule. I gotta find the other one. Which is somewhere. Where'd it go? There you are. You thought you could escape me. But you were extraordinarily wrong. Listen, my aim with this is not so hot. Okay, I'm just gonna be honest. No, come back! I just want to photograph you! I just want to get a campaign in here. Ah! What's the one I already got? Another picture, just the hell of it, and another one. But the one I don't have, it's gone forever. I like the boss music, by the way. Do you hear this stuff? And it's gone. No, you're right, Luco. So fighting games have kind of started coming a little bit back into my interest. It's one of the reasons I agreed to let Mortal Kombat 11 be played. Back when it was added. That being said, there was one fighting game that had a really cool campaign mode that I really enjoyed and played through multiple times. Can anyone guess what that one is? I bet you can. I've brought it up more than once before. Smash Brawl. You are absolutely correct. Just that one. That's the only one that ever did that. But it did it pretty well. Oh my god, I'm not sure if the faster camera is actually helping or hurting. Okay. Really? Just being a dick now, ain't you? Ah!
Ooh.
Yeah, Subspace Emissary was legit. I don't know what else to add to that. It's one of the biggest reasons why I anticipate not being super enthused by the Smash game we're going to be reviewing probably tomorrow. Because, you know, it probably won't be that good. Because it doesn't have a campaign mode to speak of.
The reading from those two Pokemon is gone. I guess that's it for now.
Alright, so hang on, let's turn that back down, because that is a little crazy. Never, Luco! Except for when we already have, and will, and all that stuff. But yes! Or wait, no. Never? Whatever. Okay, non-meme answer. If someone donates for me to review this game modded in this way, then that's what we review.
Great job.
If someone donates for us to review the Star Trek mod of Stellaris, to use a good example, or a fan game or whatever like that, then yeah, that's what's added to the list. Yeah, and yeah, people have donated for randomizers, to use another example. But if you donate for, to continue the example, Stellaris, then I'm not touching mods, because we're reviewing Stellaris. Make sense? Oh, thank God, I have a few pictures that count. Not a lot of good, in fact, no good ones. We'll go with that one. Sure. Yeah, if we have to mod it, then that's a negative. And that leads to, you know, its own things. If we're reviewing any of the Paradox games, it includes all of the DLC up to date. So, for example, it would include everything up to and including Overlord for Stellaris, to use a direct example. No one's donated for Brawl. No, Supervoice. Not even on the list. Yeah, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 1 is a game that got a negative before I even fired up the game, because I needed mods to get it playable. So, yes, Blade Travail, but also no. If you remember, when we reviewed Oblivion, we used no mods. And when we review Morrowind and Skyrim, we will be using no mods. So that's all 4 Illumina Pokemon. Let's see what we got for this, shall we? Sorry if I'm a little today, by the way. I'm still kind of tired. I spent a lot of yesterday hanging out with my 2 extremely energetic nieces and hauling bricks.
Come on.
I was making fun of myself, or rather, my niece was making fun of me, sorry. Because she was like, this is why you have all those muscles. It's because that way you're the one who could carry the bricks around. I'm sure you'll have the pleasure before long, Phil. Anyway, by the look of things, the Teller meteorite affected a very wide area. Yeah, Professor, just like you thought. I wonder if the nearby Pokemon made it through. Okay.
Let me see.
Judging by how the effect spreads, I would assume the impact caused tremendous damage. But we haven't found a shred of evidence to support that assumption. Yeah, isn't that weird? Do you think the Illumina Pokemon was just the last one? Good question. I've actually discovered something remarkable. Let's discuss it in the next cutscene.
That was awesome.
Get ready. Because we're going outside the Travelogue and into uncharted territory.
But that's just one more island over. That's not that... Okay.
Now then.
What will we observe from the Illumina we encounter on those 4 islands? Well, they make a rhombus. They're gorgeous, for one thing. Don't know if I agree with that. Every time we've come into contact with one, we've also detected energy readings at different locations throughout the region. Could be the Pokemon are communicating with each other? That's a possibility, but there's more. So far, we picked up energy readings, and we've actually pinpointed the 5th. Does that mean we're coming up on our last destination? I suspect so, yes. This is a short game. Take a look. Here's our final island. Ice. It's like 1,000,000 miles away. No, it really isn't. Wait a second. Is that whitening snow? Yep, the area is covered in it. Of course, there's a frozen island right next to a volcano island, which is also a desert.
Anyway.
Moving on.
Hello.
Got some news I think you'll like, since I've given you a special upgrade. A turbo function. Where was that before? That would actually have been useful earlier.
Yep. Anyway.
Yep.
Tutorial time. Or not.
By the way,
It slows down automatically when you look behind you or zoom in on something. That's because it reacts to how you move your camera. So now we can slow down and speed up. It's right there!
Thanks.
It's so far away. Alright, whatever. Enough making fun. Let's do it. Let's see. Questions. If I was given free reign to write a story for a fighting game... Oh, I don't know. It would depend on everything. It would depend on the setting, it would depend on the characters, it would depend on the specifics of the type of gameplay, because there's, oh my god, it's a furret! It would depend on...
This is what snow is like.
This is
I
what's...
actually haven't
it's
seen
like-
much myself.
You know, I'd make fun, but I remember the first time I ever saw snow.
Looks like a lot of Pokemon.
Granted,
live
I was
in
kinda
this
young.
place.
Like, really, really young. In fact, I was 7. But anyways, point being... It would depend, because there's multiple types. That's what I was trying to say. There's multiple types of fighting games. And I don't just mean, like, in the obvious ways. I mean structurally. A Dissidia is different from a Smash, is different from a Street Fighter. To use 3 examples right off the top of my head. I demand pictures of chocolate, Mr. Red, once you have them. I'm ready. I'm ready for whatever it is. I'm throwing stuff preemptively. Oh, it's just a Mamoswine. Hello. I'm not going to zoom in on that guy. That was a Skarmory. You're getting a flake of chocolate? This is confusing to me. Is it coffee-flavored chocolate? Because that would be awesome. No, wait, I give you food. No, I'm not trying to hit you with the food. I'm just trying to give you food. Damn you all. Meh. That's what I have to say to that. Yeah, so... Dissidia, I use Dissidia as an example for a reason. I don't know the proper terminology for it, but Dissidia is an aerial fighter. It is very, very focused on fighting almost entirely in the air. In fact, it's actually considered more difficult in the Dissidias to fight on the ground, because the game is very, very floaty, and you can automatically home in on someone else who's probably in the air. So, you kind of get the idea. There's also some other categories to that, like there's fighters that are full 3-dimensional fighters, and then there's fighters that are, I think it's called line fighters. So what a line fighter is, whether there's a 3-dimensional arena or not, there effectively isn't. In terms of gameplay, it is a 2D game. There's the line between you and the opponent, and that's it, right? Now, I don't know any of the terminology for any of this crap, so forgive me. I used to be pretty big in the fighting scene, but like I said, it's been a while. It's been a long time. So, my information's going to be woefully out of date, and I apologize for my ignorance. I hope you look forward to it. What do I think of Capcom as a company lately? Better than they used to be. That is adorable. But other than that, I feel like Capcom continues to be the same company they've always been, really. If you paid any kind of attention whatsoever to my review series on Mega Man, one of the things I discussed many times during that review series was the nature of exactly how Capcom operated as a company. A lot of it included a whole lot of, let's just call it flagrant stupidity and or total nonsense, depending on how you define that. And they're still like that. They've never stopped being like that. They are inexplicable. They're not as bad as Square, but it's the same concept. A lot of what they do makes absolutely no sense to me. So sometimes they do some great stuff, and then sometimes they don't. Would I do a Tier 5 insertion into any fighting game?
Hello.
I'm going to go ahead and oust myself a little bit here and admit that the lore of Street Fighter is actually kind of fascinating to me. But I'm not sure I would do an insertion into Street Fighter. I would definitely not do Mortal Kombat. My god. The lore of Mortal Kombat is rather fleshed out for anybody who's aware, or excuse me, unaware. But it's also kind of terrifying. And the non-stop war between the Outer Realms the Under Realms? I forget what they call it. No, the Nether Realms. The Nether Realms, the Outer Realms. Just, oh my god. A lot of evil people in Mortal Kombat, go figure. Like, we thought Shang Tsung was bad. We didn't know. We didn't know. I got a bunch of terrible pictures here. Look at this. Oh, that was a 3-star. See, I don't know if I want to exist within the Subspace Emissary setting. It's a fascinating setting, really, but I don't think I'd want to live there, even in a Tier 5. Team Fortress is absolutely not a fighting game, unfortunately.
Nice work.
I've got it. I'll join Virtua Fighter, and eventually it'll turn into,
A new discovery.
Shenmue, which will eventually turn into Yakuza. And then I'll live in Yakuza. No, I'm joking.
A new discovery. Nice work. A new discovery. Nice work.
I've got it. Primal Rage.
A new discovery. Nice work.
Injustice would absolutely count. And absolutely not, no. Injustice, more accurately, Injustice 2, is legitimately horrifying from a lore perspective.
A new
There is Pokken.
Nice work.
Speaking of which, I wouldn't take Tekken either.
Nice work.
Or Tekken. I've heard it pronounced a few different ways.
Oh,
Yeah, pretty much, Baron.
ah,
Hey, we had a progress report. Excellent. No, don't. I mean, I would, but I wouldn't want to, Lord Harriman. Like, that's like saying, you could Tier 5 Warhammer 40k, and I'm just like...
wow.
The snow was quite a sight. It was a real treat to see, since I've never seen snows in Florio.
It's time.
I'm looking forward to seeing it in the moonlight. Yeah, I've never played Guilty Gear or BlazBlue. I'm aware of them, but that's about as far as that goes.
Right, right.
Here.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to stick with Street Fighter. Or Dissidia. Because Dissidia is actually for the Final Fantasy setting, as I've talked about. In the lore run, which of course you watched, right? I mean, surely you wouldn't have not watched that.
The great outdoors doesn't pull any punches. I can't
Turrets.
wait to see some shots with the moonlight glinting off the snow.
Turrets are so cute! One of my greatest regrets in my entire life, this is a joke. Okay, this is an exaggeration. But I really regret not buying that 6-foot-long Furret plushie when it was available. Now, I couldn't. I didn't have the money at the time. Honestly, even nowadays, I'd probably hesitate to do that because that's just a lot of money. Hey.
Mm-hmm.
Still, that would be awesome. I have, in fact, done a lore run of the Final Fantasy series Blade Travell. It's called the Final Fantasy Lore Run Proper Remake. It's honestly probably my best lore run overall. It's up there with the WoW lore run. God, Furrets are so cute! Oh my god, here, have some food. Have some food. No, have food. Have food! Take the food! Please take the food. No! Don't run! I'll kill you! I'll kill you! You have to be mine! And that's my impression of Anakin Skywalker. Any questions? Oh, 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 oh. Got it. God, they're so cute. I'm sorry. I've actually always liked Furret. Not because they're cute. I'm going to go and be honest. The original reason I started liking Furret was because it was a great HM slave. Because it is. It is a great HM slave. But then I started using the Furret. Because, you know, it was part of my main party. And I just sort of fell in love with the damn thing. Well, because he's Anakin. It's kind of his shtick, exactly. You've seen the Clone Wars, right? How many missions does he go on where one of the only survivors is him? Whoop, 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 whoop. Pay attention, Laura. Dillabird! No, come back! I have a gift for you! Oh, a Furret would totally sit on my shoulders. Furret on this shoulder, Crobat on this shoulder. Scooch, scooch, scooch. Oh, hey, it's actually, unironically, one of my favorite ice types. Vanillux. I get made fun of a lot for liking Vanillux, but I stand by it. Vanillux has a really good stats, and really good move set. And I like ice type in general. I do think the base form is cuter, I agree with that. Oh, it's not reacting. Oh, what's going on over to my right here? There's a bird, I see it, I see it! Die, Braviary. What's that? Is that a Volt? It's a... Oh my god. It's Platy. I didn't hit that on purpose. Sorry. So, Rhino Noble says, Arthas is like Dante. The Lich King is like Judas. The throne is the reversed Mountain of Purgatory. Sure. I'm actually not a big fan or familiar with Dante's Inferno, but I'm with it.
Hello.
Any of these people here? I think Baron asked a question. Yeah, there's favorite fossil Pokemon. I've always had a thing for Aerodactyl, admittedly, so I think I'm going to stick with that. No, it's a neat idea, Rhino, I agree. Just... Aww. Does Dodrio count X? I don't think we have. Terrible pictures, really. God, I can't get any good pictures here, apparently. Look at this. Except for a 3-star, apparently. And the one we actually needed to progress. So I have Q-like powers. I can mash 2 franchises together into a fighting game.
A new discovery.
Null type null probably counts. I actually agree with that.
Perfect timing.
Other than my setting, of course, because I'd love to have a fighting game in my setting, but... Fighting game.
A new discovery.
Built out of 2 settings.
A new discovery.
I've got it. Scooby-Doo and Superman. Oh, wait, no, that's stupid. I shouldn't say that. It might actually be a good game. Who knows?
Discovery. Nice work.
See, I'm actually going to not do Final Fantasy because Final Fantasy already has a fighting game. It's pretty good. It's one of the better ones out there, in my opinion. Not the least of which being it has an actual story and proper campaign mode, and alternate modes, and challenge modes. Yeah, just Superman. Mike, come on, just Superman.
A new discovery. Nice work. Nice work. Nice work. A new discovery.
Can I name more than 2 Saber for Wife?
Ah,
Specifically, it would be 4. Rescue Rangers, DuckTales, Darkwing Duck, and Tailspin. Now, how it would play? Honestly, Street Fighter's kind of my bag when it comes to that, so whatever the standard Street Fighter style of fighter is probably what I would lean towards. That or something like Virtua Fighter, which I was always a fan of.
hello.
No, Blade Triple. So another round complete. We now have Illumina orbs for that island. Yay! Yeah, exactly, the Disney afternoon.
Counting on you.
Fun fact, those shows did have very minor continuity with each other. And there was actually a comic which had a single story arc which threaded throughout all 4 shows as if they were all in the same continuity. It was actually really cool. I liked it quite a bit. It was one of my earliest exposures to that idea of long-form continuity, across franchises. And I've been hooked ever since.
Thanks.
Okay, so now we have to do it day or night. Never mind, we'll do night. We'll do night. Because we're not level 2 yet on night. Because we sucked! Not gummy bears. Nobody likes gummy bears except me.
Good luck.
Nobody likes High Adventure Beyond Compare, okay? I have yet to get to level 3 anywhere, no. I've been getting to level 2 and then moving on. I'm actually kind of curious what they're going to do with the new Rescue Rangers movie. It's an interesting direction to take it in. A friend of mine described it as the modern Who Framed Roger Rabbit. And I'm kind of with the idea, like I said. We'll see. Damn it. Oh god, no kidding, Ross. There is, like it or not, quite a bit to discuss in Who Framed Roger Rabbit. Not the least of which being the ridiculousness that went into its creation behind the scenes. How often do you see... I can't remember the name of the 2 companies. Those 2 companies actually unifying to make an animated work together. It's happened a few times. Like, literally 3 times. And Who Framed Robert... Thank you. Warner Bros. That's the other one. Who Framed Roger Rabbit is one of those times. So you're on, Baron. It was me! I framed Roger Rabbit. Sorry. See if I can get a better shot of one of these Jinxes. And the Vanillux. Damn it.
Whoa, really?
Listen, Jessica Rabbit was always going to be mine. And then oh my gosh. Frostmoth. Frostmoth. And then we just play patty cake. That's it. It does kind of have that vibe to it, Savacom, I agree.
It's time.
Let's see if that was enough to progress. Just keep getting crap photos, good lord. Wait, no, not the second one. Well, no, the first one. Ooh, a 3-star. Yeah, I'll take that.
Now then, nice work. Nice work. Nice work. Nice work. A new
Plus.
discovery.
Gotta be Wolverine.
Nice work.
I mean, we all know claws are cool. That's why so many characters in so many works of fiction just use claws.
Perfect timing. Great timing. A new discovery. Nice work. Nice work. Nice work.
Okay, we have leveled to level 2. Wonder what the level max is for a zone in this one. $99. Oh god. I don't think that's true, but if that's true... I apparently have a lot of bug people. That's cool. Oh, hey, we have progressed. Yay. I can absolutely picture that grind here, Mike. I like this game, but that would get old. Yeah, I should probably, in fairness, give this game a negative for walkthroughitis, too. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, and I probably won't, but that's what I'm told, and, well, I believe it. We found a new teleportation point! Hey! Underground. Oh, Jesus. Ice cave. This should be fun.
You mind?
Hey, so
Yeah, what's up? Has the professor told you yet? He gave us the green light to do some nighttime research at the beach.
I can't wait.
It's another new area we've unlocked.
Did you know?
Do this here. What kind of pasta is it? Sorry, Ross, I'm typing down stuff here. I am curious what you think, though. Or what you mean. Let me see if I can find the specific thing that was being told to me. Let's see here. Here we go. Oh, wow. Sorry, I was looking up some of the more walkthrough-y things that someone mentioned to me. So I'm kind of aware of some of this stuff because I was looking it up for my niece. Like, for example, back here, there's a thing where you have to, which we actually haven't done, you have to use the song, which I've been deliberately not using, in order to scare away the pickpeck, and then you have to take a picture, which makes the leopard follow them, in order to unlock a secondary path. You also have to hit it during the day with Illumina orbs before it settles down, which means you have, like, only a second or two to actually hit it, and you know how aiming is in this game, so... There appears to be a whole lot of just... either randomly try things out, or look it up when it comes to specific things. But that's kind of more in the 100% territory, so I'd probably only give it 1 negative if I were to do that. Thank you, Venters. I give you... Quick, Venters. Pick between, like, jungle, forest, desert, volcano, and, like, water. Quick, pick. Volcano, you got it.
So...
Thank you, Venters. Very, very much.
Good luck.
Again, as ever. And as always, thank you so, so much, Ventures. And you're putting that towards Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Are you sure? I don't know, man. Sorry, Romance of the Three Kingdoms, 14. Okay. I do remember that, Venters. See, what you should do is you should convince other people to put money towards it. Really boost the priority. Well, we can do night here now, so let's do that. And we'll progress through the cave. Drifloon! 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 Turn! Turn! Where'd it go? Where'd it go?
The ocean is just as pretty at night.
Dude, the ocean is awesome at
What
night.
are doing? Awesome!
Interesting. Hey, TSB. I do hope you're... There we go. What is this day? Tuesday is going quite well. What day is this again? Oh god, where am I? When am I? We'll go this way. What year is this? It's like Time Traveler 101. Don't walk up to someone and say, "What year is it?" I'll never do that. Yeah, but actually interesting, Jack the Crazy. Instead of, you know,
Oh, wow.
you know. Like, all I'm saying, Disneyland rides, they kind of suck. I'm not sure about Disney World. I've never been there. Oh, hello. Yeah, it's funny. Most of my friends have been to Disney World. I have not. Even though I, you know, have been to Disneyland several times. Go figure. That's pretty. You know what? That's fair, TSP. It's been an interesting couple of years. Sorry, buddy. Just wanted your picture. Oh, wait. Ah. Don't mind me. I haven't been to the San Diego Zoo in a long time. Used to go to the Wild Animal Park a lot more, though. That was fun.
Welcome back.
Okay. Aw. Aw. Print pictures. I like how that's the 2-star. Oh, that's a 3-star shot. And no good shots there either. Meh.
Let's do this. A new discovery. Nice work. 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 Nice work.
You know, I don't actually know the answer to that, TSP.
Perfect timing. Nice work. Great timing. A new discovery. Nice work. A new discovery. Perfect timing. Nice work.
Come to think of it, I haven't seen any Gen 8 Pokemon in this. Don't think I have. Then again, I'll admit I don't recognize most of the Gen 8 Pokemon on sight. Despite being rather fond of that. Now if I say a Wololo.
Oh, right.
Who's ready to go into an underground ice cave? Something that should, by all accounts, be extraordinarily terrifying.
It's a big cavern.
And it appears to be underwater.
Get ready. You've got a long way down.
And that was a Gengar. It's the best Pokemon ever! No, no, wait, come back, no! No, that was the best Pokemon ever. And then it noticed me. Of course, the best Pokemon ever would flee from me, right? I mean, that's just logical. Oh, wait, no, get back, come back. I will admit, I do actually like the idea, and I've mentioned this before, of adding new forms or new evolutions to previous gen Pokemon is a good way to kind of keep the Pokedex fresh without completely abandoning the old stuff. So stuff like Crobat, for example, doesn't really bother me all that much. No, here we go. Look, there's delicious food. No? No delicious food? There we go. Okay, now we go over here. What have I been missing while I've been trying to do that? Yeah, more evolutions. I'm with it. More, what am I here? Okay. There's an awkward zombie comic about this game where, you know, they take the picture and it's this really well done, well composed, excellent shot of a Pokemon. They say, I was hoping you could get a shot of the face. And so they get this really, really bad, awful picture of just a head-on shot of a bird. It's like, yeah, no, that's perfect! I'm just saying, I kind of get that vibe with how he rates some of these. I don't want to say the word random. Hello. Submit to the Crobats. Submit. Aw. That sucks here, Mike. I recommend you take over the world, and then replace the internet, and then come back and watch my streams. In that order. I can't believe I got that in the air. There are several Gengar down here. That's kind of terrifying. No Haunter, no Ghastly, just Gengar. Yeah, exactly, though, Lord Haremont. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Divergent evolutions is a great idea. Because it allows you to effectively make new Pokemon out of old Pokemon. And, yeah. Hell, they've even done that for legendaries. Cough, cough, shield, cough, cough. Yeah, I'm... Oh, that's the 3-star? That's such a much better shot, though. I'm gonna take the 3-star, though. Ah, all my Crobat shots were 1-stars. I suck. That's a 3-star?
All right.
Listen, Savakam, what we have to do is we just kind of make the EVs part of the budget solution. So we get the EVs, and we go to work.
New discovery.
They go out, you know, they work a couple hours a week, bring in some money, you know.
A new discovery. Nice work. A new discovery. Nice work. A new discovery. Nice work. Nice work.
Exactly, they just pay rent. Make pets pay rent. That's going to be the platform I run on
Nice work.
to make sure that nobody votes for me.
A new discovery. Great timing.
Why is that a 3-star? You can barely see the thing. And we didn't even level. Ugh. Well, let's go level.
Thanks.
Right.
I know, Free. It's just, it's funny to think about as a quality thing, right? Like, which is exactly what I was just making fun of with the awkward zombie reference. It's just this really, really terrible picture, but it's a 4-star!
Good luck.
Thanks. Here's the only ticks that can continue to exist in the new order. Joltix. Oh, wait for me. Damn you. Damn you, Crowbats. I mean, do photos of my nieces count, Zavcom? I do have a bit of a composition eye, if that's what you're talking about, but I don't practice it all that often. Aw, I almost had that. All pets must pay rent. Everything else will be perfect forever, but your pets have to pay rent. Do you take this deal? You'll be happy, content, taken care of, medical stuff taken care of, financial stuff taken care of. But, pets pay rent. Ooh, that is a thing that just happened. Oh, I hit completely the wrong button. But I got a reaction out of it. Interesting. Oh, hello. If you don't have pets, well, then what's the issue? No, pets become mandatory. Now that would be terrible. Now, could you imagine? The Xbox is like, yeah, no, we got this. Or Microsoft, we got your back. The first and only time that's ever been said. Excellent warp core. For the greater good. Wait, don't say that. People always assume that's evil for some reason. I don't know why. Weird. No. Damn it. Sounds like an extremely well thought out plan, Savicon. As all cat plans are wont to do.
It's time.
So what you're saying is cats are like executives. They just make problems, and fixing it is other people's problem, right? And they get to gain credit for it working. There we go. Oh, come on! Right as it...
It's time.
Thank you, TSB. As always. I'm glad you like the Finding Nemo one. I don't remember if I said it in the rumination, but I didn't remember liking that film until I did the analysis, until I actually went through and ruminated on it. It was just like, oh my god! If you know what you want to put that towards TSB, please let me know. So we already have a 3. We'll take the 2. Oh, we actually got a 2 of a Crobat. Holy crap. I mean, you say that, but I don't like Avatar, Lord Aramon. Is that on the list, TSB?
All right.
Okay, if it's on the list, I trust you.
Nice
I'm
work.
going to drop my Switch controller first. Figure out where it landed. Okay, there it is. Ugh.
Nice work.
We'll go with that one.
Nice work.
No, I was referring to the film.
Nice work.
I don't like Avatar the show, but, I mean, whatever.
Nice work. Nice work.
Okay, so I surely leveled after that. Oh god. I've seen a decent chunk of the Avatar The Last Airbender movie. I don't know if you can see my expression right now. It's okay, I don't think Avatar's going to get funded anytime soon. It's a long show. And it does not have a lot of money to put towards. Okay, so we didn't unlock anything. So, there's only one thing to do. Go back to the very beginning and hit level 3. That's true, Savicom. Unless they're ridiculous bad. Then it's a whole different thing.
Take care.
Okay, so what I need here is experience, so I need to be taking shots of everything. Just everything. I mean, a little bit of dealer's choice made that happen, Ross, but... There we go. Going on over here. Oh, hello. That's actually kind of adorable. Only kind of adorable, though. don't know if I'd say the grind is bad, but there have been a few times where I have had to grind in order to level up, in order to progress.
Oh, really?
Well, you see, Savacon, there's a reason for that, but I can't tell you it. Sorry, this is a PG-13 stream.
Nice.
Yes, it was all the acting. The glorious, glorious acting. What? Oh, I didn't actually mean to do that. Oh, whatever. Whatever. Listen, Savacom, you just don't understand how edgy and gritty and dark this movie really is. Go away, don't you go. Go away. Go away. I don't think so. But I can pull them off the Switch. Like, they're... Here, hang on. I can save them here. So, see, I got a whale butt there. Ignore that. So, technically, yes. Oh, by the way, if you're wondering why I have so many ring fit things here, it's because it's extraordinarily easy to accidentally hit the screenshot button, which is just R, while you're exercising. So, at some point, I just need to, you know... There we go. Just kind of... No, just delete all those. I just need to go in every now and again. Although, I just got to show this one off really quick. This is actually the final boss. This sucked! I was dead after this, and I'm not exactly in bad shape. And that fight sucked. Like, I actually thought I couldn't do it in one run. I thought I would have to pause in mid-battle, because holy crap. Anyways. Capture me! Catch me! That's true, you can. I don't remember the shortcut to take snapshots, but you can do it! It's something. Oh, shoot, that's my mother. I should probably respond to her. Hello, dear mother. I was wondering, exclamation mark. I'm sure you got plenty of rest, at least, period. I'm still playing the Safari game, comma, taking pictures and puzzling it through, period. Yeah, sorry. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here! Go away, butt. Nobody likes you. Yeah. I don't see any real issues there. I mean, I suppose it... So, okay. In Star Trek, that would be a decent chunk of planets. Not that many, but a decent number. In Star Wars, that's a small faction, right? Like, that's HUD space. So, it kind of depends on the scale of your setting as a whole. So, I'm guessing you didn't catch this, Savacon, but the reason I keep making the butt joke is my beloved niece, who was playing this yesterday, kept running around taking pictures of Pokemon's butts and then making fun of it. Because ha ha ha. And I kept being like, no, stop! And of course, that's probably why she kept doing it. I don't care, I guess, Gum Gum. I'm not going to think about it. It's not a relevant number. At least 5. Definitely 5. What's it called, Sierra Mike? Because it sounds cool. I mean, she is the Empress of everything, Lord Harriman, so I have to bow to her whims. Oops. Planet Crafter. So I have heard of that, but I haven't really looked into it yet. Because it sounds like a cool premise, right? Like, that sounds neat. And you know me and builder games. Yeah, exactly. The core Federation planets. We actually need to have a conversation when we decide some of the specifics of Bajor's backstory. Because, you know, that's going to be a conversation.
It's time.
Never did figure out how to get these things to not flee from me. They still flee. Don't flee, I have music. I have music. I mean, Surviving Mars was awesome. And I only did a single playthrough of that game. I could have easily kept playing that. No hesitation. I mean, you joke about that, Ross. The problem is, Bajor is kind of directly tied into several things, world-building-wise. So, deciding Bajor's history is actually going to affect a lot of things. So, it's going to take some very careful and very precise crafting to decide what actually happened. And to shrink the occupation, obviously. Scorn Bunny. So I'm just going to pick random ones here, because I'm just leveling. Although, apparently, I got a new one for Dodrio. This is apparently a Dodrio picture. I'll take your word on it, game. Whatever you say. Got a new Emolga, too. What did I get here? Oh, wow. That one. Well, several times, butt shots have been multi-star shots, so I suppose the answer is yes, Savicom.
Nice work.
It's not that long, comma. We'll probably finish it today, period.
Perfect timing.
Bajor does have prime real estate, that's true.
Nice work.
Can't argue that.
Perfect timing. Hey, nice work.
They haven't
Nice work.
implemented breathable atmosphere. What is this? Surviving Mars?
Nice work. Nice work.
I gave a fairly substantial negative to that, if you remember. I love that game to death, but that was stupid.
Nice work.
Probably Gum Gum. Although, again, only in vague generics. Because, again, the specifics don't really matter. Wow, I didn't level from that. Okay. Oh, right, because I took the side path. That's probably why. I didn't mean to. I really didn't. Whatever. So we gotta do that again, because I accidentally took the side path. I really shouldn't have. I think Evo... Yes, Evo asked a question. How would you fix the audio spam problem? So there's actually several tools which have been developed over the years in order to fix the audio spam problem.
Counting on you.
Now, the most obvious and simplest one is don't audio spam. But hang on. That's the cheap answer. The substantially more expansive and expensive answer is to have a much larger variety of takes. So what I mean by that is, first of all, you could just have more lines, obviously. So instead of saying, that's a thing, you could be like, that's a great thing, or that's an amazing thing, or that's a terrible thing, or whatever. So different lines. But the other thing you do is different takes, and this is something Blizzard only started doing relatively recently, with StarCraft 2 specifically, where they actually have the same line, this is a good thing, but they say it differently. They have several different recordings of the same line. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. And so forth and so on. So, that of course takes more time, and more money, and more everything, but it is a much better way to avoid audio spam. A substantially cheaper and easier method to avoid audio spam is to not have them trigger on every interaction. So rather than having it always say, this is a thing, you can instead have it say, this is a thing once every 5 to 10 times it appears. How often you do it depends entirely on the frequency of the action within the game in question. So for example, selecting a unit in an RTS game, you're going to be doing that hundreds upon thousands of times every map, so naturally you want that to be a little bit more varied than that. But something like in this game, you could just have him say it maybe once for the turn-in, and that's it, and that would get rid of the audio spam problem. Eat the apple, damn you. Eat it! Note to self, do not take side path. Eat the apple, Pichu. And Droopy. Now, whatever you do, don't be Nemesis and accidentally subscribe to me. It's one of the greatest mistakes you could ever make in your life. You'll have to see a Bidoof's butt. And do you really want to see a Bidoof's butt? Thank you, Nemesis. As always, if you happen to know where you want that to go, please let me know. Ironically, I feel like this game would work a lot better on the PC with a mouse. Oh, I got it dancing. No, they're still running. I hate you.
It's time.
Stop running. Cowards. Okay, that's an interesting way to eat. It's actually really adorable, too. I tried that already, Lord Haremont. That didn't work. Throwing stuff, throwing apples, not throwing anything, throwing the balloons, playing music, all of those, and also approaching while small. None of those things have prevented them from running. It's really frustrating. I actually have a request specifically to do that, too, which is part of why I've been trying to get it done. Did Nemesis say... Ah, Skyrim. There it is. Excellent. Why didn't it show up in my chat log? That's strange. Like, you said it in the message, but it didn't show up here. That's really weird. Whatever. Thank you, Nemesis. Again. So what we get? Anything new? A couple things. So let's just get some experience shots in here. We got... Oh, we did get a new shot. That is so cute! Not that I like cute things. Manly man. Hey, a 3-star for the 10 growth. 10 growth are not cute. They exist, but not cute. So we hold down B for a second. Hopefully this will actually level us this time.
Nice work. Nice work. Great timing. Nice work. Perfect timing. Nice work. Nice work. Nice work. Nice work. Nice work. Nice work.
Like, you see what I mean with the audio spam? It's so easy to fix that. It's kind of funny. Okay, so we should level up now. There we go.
Fantastic.
It's apparently a level 4. Well, since we still haven't unlocked anything...
Thanks.
Hang on, we're gonna do one more thing really quick. We're gonna do a level 3 thing.
Right.
We're gonna do a day level 3. Let's see what's changed in level 3. If anything. Then we're gonna go back to trying to progress. Because we apparently need something back on the ice level.
This.
Well, they're going a different way. Oh, I'm enjoying it, such as it is. I do think there's a little bit of in it, but I mean, that's on the screen. That's those negatives I've already mentioned over there. Aww. I'll wake you both up. Except I don't, apparently. There's probably a game like this on PC somewhere. I don't know, though. What? I was giving you food. Hello. Hey! It's a Heracross. Now I gotta make the Heracross fight with the Pinsir. Come on, fight! Fight! I'm gonna take a picture of that. That's actually really cute. No Pinsir! Sadness. Oh hey, it looks like the Bidoof built their dam. Check it out. I really hope not, Evo. What's this? What's this? Oh, it's the dam.
All right.
Hey, Valerian. Hope you're ready for a day of extremely relaxing and calm, and peaceful, and not killing any mushrooms. Pokemon.
Looks like that beetle's nearly finished. It's pretty sturdy. Pass right over. Oh!
What a Heracross. All the Heracross come out when the dam is built. Is that a sign? Is that indicative of something? Look, I love mushrooms, okay? Like, for real. Get me a pizza with mushrooms on it. That sounds really good, actually. What's the evolution of the Pokemon that I totally didn't kill? Bulbapedia. Mushroom. What do we got? What do we got here? This thing. So its evolution is Shinotic, I think? There we go. Shinotic's cool. I actually used one of those in my X and Y challenge run. That was fun. I liked it. Ooh. Oh man, I love good cooked mushrooms. Kind of rare in my experience, but good. Alright, so we've tried all the things to get these people to not flee. Please don't flee. I'm not doing anything. I'm just higher level. Nope, and they ran. I hate you. I hate you.
It's time.
Okay, that's cool. That's really cool, actually. I need to get a floor just, apparently. In one of my runs. No, wait! I just want to photograph you. I'm not a stalker. It's different when it's animals. Wait, Pokemon are sentient sapient beings. Oh god, no!
Great job.
I've become all that I hate. Now, I'm afraid I have to go horrifically kill Evo again. Because the only thing that's worse than spiders on pizza is pineapple on pizza, so... No, TSP! No. Please. Did I... Wow, that's a new Grookey picture. Holy crap. Oh, there's totally going to be photo ops at Lorcon. I mean, you kidding me? Listen, it's different. It's... You know, it's less creepy, okay? I'm just gonna say it. No, Kira, white nose, no, please. Wow, all of these are only tier 1 pictures. Wow. I figured at least one of those would be a 2. Yeah, my niece's favorite type of pizza is Canadian bacon, which is just ham, with pineapple. I can't stand it, I'm not gonna lie to you. But
Nice work.
I am quite used to people being rather fond of it.
Nice work. Nice work. Nice work. A new discovery. Perfect timing. Nice work.
Oh, it'll be really easy, Savacom. I'm just gonna conquer the entire planet. Then we're gonna get together. Hang out for a bit. Get some food.
Nice work.
Give Mass Effect 2 tons and tons of positives. Yep, we're gonna do it in Japan. Hope y'all like Japanese food. I don't know, my niece is still growing up, so her tastes change every year or so. Sure, Lord Hairbot. Why not? I've already given up on it, so I am curious, now that I have given up on it. Favorite Alex Corbianiki? That's a good question. I would say the one that doesn't donate towards Paradise Lost. That's probably the best one.
Did you know?
Am I level 2 on all these? Yeah. I must be missing something to progress. Yeah, no, we're gonna go to Indianapolis, to the Indianapolis Convention Center. Interesting. That's probably pretty hard to do, because you only have a couple of seconds to pull that off. Ah. Thank you, Alex. Very, very, very much. Looks like it's still not putting the notifications there. I think that's actually how that's designed. Whatever. Over there, towards Paradise Killer. Thank you for 3 years of support, and welcome to the 3-year club. I will put that anniversary sub towards Paradise Killer. Or Arceus. You should put it towards Arceus instead, I'm just saying. Actually, you know what? I'll try to convince you right now. Hang on. Hang on. I'm going to defeat you with math. Give me a second here. So you haven't donated towards Arceus, right? Which means that will mean more for Arceus because that'll increase interest in addition to decreasing money. By contrast, Paradise Killer... That's the wrong Paradise game. Wow, I have 3 Paradise games. Already has a bunch of money from you, but needs interest from other people. Or more money from you. Please don't put any more money towards it. So. So we're putting that towards Arceus. Okay. Let's see if we can figure out what the game wants me to do. Because I haven't unlocked another cave, or another route in the cave, or a different, like, path in the cave, or anything. I haven't unlocked anything. Even though we're level 2. So we need to figure out what the heck we're missing here. So I'll take, oh my gosh, suggestions. If anybody has any. Well, we're already seeing different Pokemon than we did last time, so that's a good sign. There. Crobat butt. Just for you, Alex. I know that's what the quality content you've been missing from my stream. Gotta get the tongue. I mean, Crobat is almost always a sweeper whenever I actually use one. Fast, high attack, bit of a glass cannon, but some good type advantage. Poison and flying is good against a bunch of stuff, and he can learn Bite. So, yeah, he tends to be a sweeper for me. Have some food. Whoop! Sorry. Oh, Drifloons.
Really?
What am I hearing down here? There's a lot of stuff going on down here. What's with the Crobats and the frickin' Rampardos, excuse me. A little bit, Harriet, like a very small amount. Oh, hello. Mawile. Mawile. Mostly what these do is they kind of show, you know, a little bit of what the how the Pokemon interact with each other. Oh, look. It's a sleeping Crobat. I'm not going to attack with an apple, because it's sleeping. What, you mean an asshole, Luco? I hope not. I'm not a fan of assholes. That being said, I don't mind if we have, like, an actually antagonistic rival every now and again. Just don't make him a dick, you know? I don't know, and I don't want to find out. Because usually they get stunned when you hit them with an apple. I like Mawiles, too. If you remember, my Mawile pretty much carried me through our Gen 6 challenge. Because by then they were Steel Fairy, and yeah. We were doing a Fairy challenge at that point. It was fun playing with Fairy types, I'll admit it. I kind of like the Fairy type. Yeah, see, Silver I'm with. Blue is the rival that I think of when I think of old rivals. And honestly, screw Blue. He's a dick. Silver? Yeah, okay. I could see that. And yeah, like I said, making a rival actually a rival, I'm actually fine with. I will admit, I really liked the idea of a rival being a friend of yours, but I will also freely admit that I think they overdid it a bit. You know what I mean? Like, when they first introduced, I'm going to say Barry, really, is the first one that caught my attention. I was like, oh, that's cool. I like that. And then they did it again. And again, and again, and again. And then Gen 6 had a bajillion rivals. Which, okay. Unpopular opinion. One thing I liked about Gen 6 was the multiple rivals. I actually liked that. It made a little bit more sense to me to have, what is it, like 4 different rivals who kind of, not all of them even make it all the way through the game, as opposed to just having, you know, Blue, who is somehow just better than you. No, how? It's terrible. No, I'm just joking. Hi, Dr. Winter. Ooh, that's a bunch of new stuff. We'll go with that one. Crobat 3! Oh, is the sleeping one. Oh, wow, that's a 4-star Gengar. I'll take that. Well, thank you, Harriant.
All right.
Very much, as always. I'll put that towards Lamplight City, which is apparently, I was just about to ask, already on the list. So I don't recognize that one. Sounds cool. I mean, first of all, what's the difference, Active? But second of all, we know clones are better than Stormtroopers, so you know what I'm going to pick on that one.
A new discovery. Nice work. Nice work. Nice work.
I mean, Blue got better in Gen 2, but...
Perfect timing. Nice work.
You know...
A new discovery. Great timing. Great timing. A new discovery. Perfect timing.
Wow, we almost hit level 3 already here. Damn. We've now gotten 5 dragon types. Woo.
Ah,
Oh, progression! Well, time to smell you later. I'll be right back. What is going on with Mirror's face right now? Picture all those plants thriving underground. What wonders the world hides.
Professor!
Hey, Professor, what's the important thing you wanted to tell us? Oh yeah, good news. We've located an Illumina. Yay, boss time.
You mind?
The final boss.
All right.
So, any guesses on which one it's going to be? Something in a cave, which doesn't narrow it down much.
Target is there.
Is that a Steelix?
Rushing up to it could be dangerous. Be careful.
That is a Steelix. Which is also awesome, by the way.
It must be in one of those holes, right? Try throwing Flufroot in them.
No joke, Steelix is part of why I started liking Steel so much. Like, individually. No! Damn it. He's a little faster than I'm used to. Ironically, I really like the jaw of Steelix. Yeah, see, that sounds really horrifically evil to me, Zachdeth. I don't know. Maybe I'm just weird. Maybe I'm the weirdo. Does Steelix even have a butt? Is that a thing?
Maybe it takes a few Illumina orbs to light up since it's so big.
I mean, the underbite doesn't bother me that much, and I like the rest of the jaw, as opposed to, say, Onyx, whose face looks stupid.
Quick, run a scan. Maybe he'll come up with some Flufroot.
Jesus, that thing's fast. So much for the Glacial Drift Pokemon. Damn it! Wow! Damn, I didn't get a single one of these. Oh yeah, clones are cool, Zachdeth. They're not horrifically evil. Debatably. I can't believe I hit that flower. You see that? Oh, that doesn't count, Hurricane. All they did was kill a couple of Jedi. Did anybody even notice? Now I can't do it now that I'm trying for it. There we go. Kiadimundi, I mean, does anybody even like Kiadimundi? Really?
It's getting farther away.
Wow, I think I actually straight up failed that mission.
Maybe you'll get its Illumina state next time.
Yeah, let's just retry. Kiadimundi's the guy with the tall forehead and the 15 wives.
There!
Not the guy with the tall neck. Different dude. Frickin' Jedi, I swear.
Rushing up to it could be dangerous. Be careful.
I forget how many. He has several wives, though. Yes, that's not a joke.
It must be in one of those holes, right? Why is there any comfort in them?
Getting into the hole. Yes, I know, game. It's not reaching. There we go. Ah, tell me that counted. Okay, one of those has to have counted. I'm gonna just trust that that counted. Fast forward time.
Maybe it takes a few aluminum orbs to light up since it's so big. I think it's under there. Quick, run a scan. Maybe it'll come up for some clockers?
Yeah, listen, the Jedi are cool with, you know, being, you know, Kiadimundi. As long as it's completely detached and... God, there's something just horrific about that. I don't know, maybe that's just me. Look, you can have as much sex as you want as long as you don't mean it. Question. Yeah, if you have any feelings about the person that you're intimately connected with, you're out of this order. You're gonna have to become a Sith, because that's your only option at that point. I expect to see red lightsabers everywhere. I've actually had a friend of mine once posit the theory that the Jedi so obviously and overtly encourage Darkseid that maybe they're doing it on purpose. You know?
Nice.
Maybe they actually want more Darkseid users in the galaxy. For whatever reason. Good night, TSB.
Well, there it went. Before you return, could I trouble you to make a quick detour?
To the moon!
Something caught my attention while you were chasing after that Steelix. Past that broken wall, there appears to be a large open area. The scan says it's not a natural formation, it's human-made. It's just begging to be explored.
I mean, a recurring element of the Clone Wars
What is this place, Professor?
is that the Jedi have no idea how to play at politics, but they constantly play at politics.
Sure, but I think it may be another ruin connected to the Illumina Pokemon.
I don't know why you'd think that. Why would you turn off the bubble? Well, there's the melodic.
Look at that
The
mural.
Ganium, the Steelix. The... What's the one in the middle, though?
The mural's very old, and it's missing some pieces here and there. But it must be depicting that ancient lentil legend. Let's see. It looks like it's roughly 2,000 years old?
Jeez, you startled me. Is it really that old?
Do you have a scanner that tells you that?
Fantastic! What a discovery!
Does this show what the people saw back then? Pokemon are protecting them from the meteorite?
The patterns on these Pokemon. Could they be Illumina Pokemon? Did Illumina Pokemon exist before the meteorite fell after all? And was there another Illumina Pokemon in the center?
And there's the flowers.
Professor?
Oh, sorry. I got a bit lost in thought. I've got some good data for now. Let's sort it out once you're back.
And let me keep throwing apples at the giant ruin. Did you hear something? Magikarp was always the savior of the world. Now, I actually do agree with Dr. Winter. I don't think the Jedi deliberately make Sith. I think the Jedi make Sith because they're... Okay, I want to say because they're stupid. Because they are. But they're dinosaurs. Woefully, hilariously out of date on everything, in every way. Like, oh wow, I got a 2-star of that one. Nice. It's funny, you think the face one would be better, but yeah, whatever. There's all my pictures of the ruins. You don't want any of the okay, cool.
All right.
You can tell it's a Steelix because...
All right. Ah.
I mean, okay, that's fair, Alex. I'll give you that. What?
We have one more area to explore before our survey comes to an end. Ready for the final frontier?
We're going to space? I mean, I'm down. I mean, we've already been to, voice acting. Might as well break some more boundaries. This mural has turned my whole theory on its head. Not only is there another Illumina Pokemon, but they've been around since before the meteorite. Oh, excuse me.
Oh?
Is it just me, or is that excitement in your voice? God, I hope not, Orion. It's not just you. This wasn't what I was expecting, but it's a fascinating discovery. Plus, I've gone over all the data, and it shows the energy from the lentil is converging on one spot. In that same spot, we picked up a faint reading from Illumina Pokemon. The central one from the mural? It seems like it.
Uh-huh.
So where is it?
For that.
That's the tricky part. It's a tiny island. It's not even on the map. It's Horus Island. One might call it Arceus Island. You know, that's true, Alex. I'll give you that.
Thanks.
Alright, let's see it. Let's see it. Let's do it! Don't mind me, I'll just be teleporting in here. Like you do. Immediately see a Houndoom.
Massive ruins.
Where are massive ruins
Reading
exactly?
was coming from deeper inside. Be careful.
Some Eldegoss here. No, I haven't, Alex. I've only seen a little bit of Arceus because of, you know, watching family play it. Oh, what are those? Salandits. Salandites? Man, I don't know. Salandite sounds more accurate. No, wait. Come back. I need to photograph your butt. That's how you can tell that this is a PG-13 stream. My niece has ruined me.
Oh, wow.
Well, this is an interesting looking area. Let's get some basic pictures really quick. Try to get some good ones. There we go. We are now blind. Salandit? Yeah, I can see that. I'll admit, some of the names I just kind of make up the best I can to figure it out. And then some of them are melodic, because my Lodic is stupid. Come here, Golurk. Well, admittedly, I don't know. Obviously, I haven't played Arceus, so I can't speak to it. I do look forward to reviewing it. Plug, plug, plug. Vote for Arceus. Plug, plug, plug. Yep, I can never get away from Elden Ring, Cashel. This is just my life. Forever. Which is, ironically, pretty much the point of, From Software games. So, in this game, which has voice acting, they call it Milotic. I'm never gonna call it that. But I thought I'd share. I don't know if they call it that in the games, or the shows, excuse me. And I do not care. That's a dumb name. Get several crystal blooms. Why is there a Houndoom here? Here, have an apple. You're not yourself without an apple. It's like Blade Travel. I usually say Patrat. But I actually have to call it Patrol. Yeah, that's nice, Luca. You could walk up to me and say it's pronounced Flina as much as you want, but I'm still going to call it Final. Thank you, Blade Jabal, very much. If you know what you want to put those towards, do please let me know. Ah, for Arceus, you got it. Like, I try to be extraordinarily tolerant about pronunciations. Partially because just, respect. But also because my own pronunciations tend to be terrible. But I'm never calling it Milotic. Now, I need to go murder Luco really quick. Or I could put out a bounty. Let's see, what could I offer for Luco's horrific death? I've tried to get used to Ifrit over the years. I still prefer the sound of Ifrit, but whatever. Oh yeah, Ryu. See, I got it easy on that one because I've had to deal with Ryu since Breath of Fire. That's a lot of one-star shots of Eldegoss. Yeah, no, that makes sense, Alex. Okay, I'm gonna share that out loud for anybody who doesn't read chat. You walk on board the USS Enterprise, and the ship immediately corrects you and says, "It's the Enterprise," and you immediately grab your phaser and go down to the warp core. Anyways. what we call the nopity nope nope.
Now then. A new
Mag-
discovery.
Magnanimity?
A new discovery. Nice work.
I mean, I'm terrible about pronunciations,
A new discovery.
so I'm probably the worst person to make fun of pronunciations, but magnanimity?
A new discovery. Perfect timing. A new discovery. Great timing.
Magnamite! There we go.
A new discovery.
Much better.
Nice work.
I love it.
A new discovery. Perfect
Hey,
timing.
I think we found a new discovery, everyone.
A new discovery.
Yep, getting the vibe.
A new discovery. A new discovery.
That's it! Damn it, Warp Core. Okay, that's even funnier since Warp Core is in chat right now.
Ah,
Oh, we got the Crystal Bloom. I've got something to report. Excellent. Yeah, you get to live in the perfect future, except everyone there is a total uppity asshole. Do you accept, yes or no?
Whoa.
Another set of amazing ruins. That's right, and there's something intriguing about them. They seem to include two distinct types of structures.
Oh.
What's different about them? Well, one's magic, and one's not.
let me see.
Exactly, Evo. There's definitely something weird about that area. Why were flowers from the other islands in there? We can take that as evidence that energy from all throughout Lintel is converging there. We can untangle these mysteries. We can find the way forward. Meanwhile,
All right.
here's an orb.
Yep.
I guess we'll just go back now that we can Illumina stuff. No, it's the perfect future because you could be a total introvert, right? Just find some place and lock yourself in it and never, ever come out.
Good luck.
Just nope right out of that. Get everything delivered instantly and perfectly. It's not even delivery, actually. Sorry. It's just there because you have like the replicator in your room. Just beep 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 beep. There we go. We're good. Man, I could go for some sushi right now. Beep 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 boop. There we go. You know, it'd also be cool. There we go. It's getting that stupid hit. And you'll never have to write ever again, Evo. Or paint, or draw, or anything. Because everyone will be like, nope, you're good. Yeah, honestly, I'd go completely bonkers with that. Ignoring the fact that I am a little bit of a people person. I know, shocking. Solitary confinement is something that I would consider to be torture. To be completely honest. So the thought of being solitarily confined, even if I had a holodeck and a replicator, would drive me bonkers. I know I need a 1 star of those. We're just going to get a regular pick there. Yeah. Go away, Sigiglyph. Sigiglyph. What are you? Sigilif. Sigilif. Man, I don't know.
So...
Wait, Sword Art Online can be good? Sorry, I'm dumb. Ignore me. Let's go with no, Cashel. It's a replicator, but it's kind of confined to, you know, reality. So if you make yourself a pizza, you get a pizza. If you want yourself to have something healthy, you get something healthy. Which is funny, because canonically in Star Trek, they absolutely can make you a hot chocolate sundae, which is nutritious and filling. But let's ignore that. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Out of the way. No! There we go. Got it. No connection to the final one. Speaking of which, yeah, they apparently don't want any pictures of the tower. It's wild. Yeah, honestly, I mean, again, I'm a bit of a people person, but same. You know, you get me a little bit too alone, I get a little bit too weird. It is not pleasant. Okay. So, alright.
So...
And that's ignoring the fact that... You know what? I don't want to go down the rabbit hole. Let's just say that there are mental health issues regarding not having someone else to interact with on a communicative level on a long-term basis. You ever heard of the phrase getting stuck in your own head? It's a real problem. Like, it's an actual issue.
Welcome back.
Every now and again, you just need that little perspective, that little outside something to, you know, pull you back a bit. Oh, nice. Oh, yeah. We got a 4-star there. Yeah, I wasn't going to make any references. There are plenty. One of my favorites is the very first episode of Twilight Zone. Anybody ever see that? I don't remember the name of it, forgive me. It's actually the pilot episode.
Perfect timing. Nice work.
That is true, Lord Harriman. Not everyone's the same, for obvious reasons. You know, I hear that a lot, Cashel, and I always try to take that as a positive thing. Oh, Lord, you're so terrible. You put me... I don't know. You put me to sleep every night. Thanks.
Oh.
What is that? That's gonna bug me now. What is the name of that episode? Hang on, let me look it up. The name of the episode is Where Is Everybody? Given the topic we've been discussing, no points for guessing what it's about. Well, I've also noticed, while it is different, online interaction does actually help with the whole interacting with other people thing. It isn't the same, and pretending it is silly. But it is quite literally, you know, still social interaction. It still helps. It still counts. You know? Look at all the Houndooms here, God. That's the one, Bregwin. And yeah, he just... The episode itself is wonderfully creepy in that wonderful Twilight Zone vibe. But what really makes it absolutely messed up is when you watch it the second time. I'm speaking a bit vaguely to not spoil everything, because holy crap. The first time through, it's like, oh, this is a good Twilight Zone episode. The second time through, it's like, oh my god! What? But... I... Because it starts to make sense the second time through. Neuburn is pretty cool. I like Neuburn. And yet, parasociality isn't quite what I'm talking about. See, that's the issue. I say online interaction counts. It does. But online interaction isn't Twitter. You know what I mean? That's a good question, Free. I don't know. That's a terrible answer. Chandelier! Chandelier! One of my favorite ghost types.
Awesome!
Yeah, exactly. We're actually talking back and forth, discussing ideas, sharing. Just, you know, this is an actual social discourse, what we do on stream. It's one of the reasons I like streaming, to be completely honest with you, over doing pre-recorded stuff. Yeah, reading the comments on my YouTube videos, no. That doesn't count. Not the same thing at all. So, there are several ways to progress, Alex. We can... I like how the chandelier's hiding. That's actually really cute. Oh, it's okay. I like you anyways. So, we can... in some cases, we need to level up a specific area. In some cases, we need to... unlock a thing by taking a photograph of a specific thing, like a boss character or these little flowers. There we are. And I suppose that's actually it, but my point is there are goals involved. There is a progression. I keep mentioning that. Move, please. Move, please. Move, please. Move! There we go. Like, I'm pretty sure the way I progress here is I hit all of the flowers. Which means I need to find all the flowers. Oh, it's right behind the Golurk, isn't it? Yeah, I see it, I see it, I see it. Out of the way, please! There we go. Got that one. Yeah, oh my god, that's an Absol. It's an Absol! Ugh, there we go, got it. Another shot of the Chandelier. It's okay. You're amazing. You're a great Pokemon. Okay, nope, I missed one. Do you see it? Right in the middle. Or that. Hello, that's, different. Out of the way, please. I mean, I like ghost Pokemon in general, but... So, you know, little biased. Where are we going? Where are you taking me, game? Are we going into the light? Well, this is it. It's been fun, everybody. I give in to the light. Oh, that's funny, Harima.
Runes have come to life.
There's little hints, Alex, but there's no quest log, if that's what you're referring to.
Energy from each island seems to be flowing upward. Looks like that'll take you up. So up we go.
I say, aren't you piloting this thing, not me?
Why don't you come back to camp for a bit?
And then we're on the moon. Oh.
How was it?
Oh, good. We got a 2-star. No new Eldegoss, sadly. No new a lot of things. Okay, so we got a good 3 Noivern. That's nice. And we got a 2 Sigiglyph. Chandeler's amazing. And we got a picture of an Absol. That's all we managed there.
All right. Nice work.
See, I just have a Giratina, Alex. Who, by virtue of technically being antimatter, probably shouldn't be anywhere near me, but you know what? It's cool. We have an explosive friendship.
Nice work. A new discovery. Perfect timing. Perfect timing. A new discovery. Nice work.
It's just called Ruins, that's what I was wondering. I have 10 dark types now.
Ah,
Yeah, Kyogre gives everyone a free swimming pool. Yeah, I was gonna say, in a world where something like Gyarados and Tentacruel are not only existing but normal, we'd probably have a slightly different perspective on it. Looks like now's the moment we've been waiting for. If I'm reading the topography correctly, this ought to take you straight to the center of the ruins we saw at the gate at the beginning.
Ooh.
That's where we'll find the Pokemon that's in the middle of the others in the mural, right?
Yep.
So, any guesses what the final Pokemon's gonna be? The final Illumina Pokemon?
Yep.
Whatever.
Of course you get all the fun. You better get some good photos. You have sucked as a rival, kid. I just want you to know that. You're worse than Blue. And Blue sucked. Magikarp. I mean... Yeah, you already said that.
you might.
This is it. Boss fight. Probably the final boss fight. We got this. Oh, it's gonna be a Shaman? No, we already seen Shaman.
Looks like that's the source of the reading, but it's very faint. What is that anyway?
It's called a tree. And we're dead. Yeah, it's Zartilm or something like that.
Incredible! This reading is off the charts!
From X and Y. Yeah, it is, yeah. It's Y. I don't remember its name. Don't ask me. Oh, is the bird Y?
That was it. The final Illumina Pokemon we've been searching for. Go get him.
Xerneas, that's it. Yeah, I'm not that familiar with Gen 6. I only played it the one time on camera. And honestly, not counting an audit run, I don't ever plan to play it again. Come out, Xerneas. Come out, play. Oh, yeah, no, I can picture it now, Alex. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, the bird was Y, and the deer is X.
What would happen if you hit that glow with
I've been trying to, you jackass! Good song, though. Damn it. I guess wrong. Damn it! I hit it once. Gotta get Xerneas' butt. Very important. Oh, actually, let's get a good shot there. I can tell my niece I got the legendary Pokemon's butt. So X and Y, I had the misfortune of playing X and Y after playing Sun and Moon, and that really tainted my opinion of it. Because X and Y really added a whole bunch of good convenience and quality of life features to the franchise, which were already in Sun and Moon, but done better, because each Pokemon game gets a little bit better about those, with some exceptions. So, I enjoyed X and Y for what it is, but I probably consider it to have one of the worst plots, main plots, of the entire franchise. I really don't care for that. Gameplay-wise, though, I enjoyed the playthrough, and Fairy-type are awesome, and Mega Evolutions are legit. So. Meanwhile, Sun and Moon is the greatest thing ever made, ever. That's a total exaggeration, but... No! Okay. But yeah, Sun and Moon got rid of HMs. Well, actually, I think X and Y got rid of HMs. But Sun and Moon didn't have the HMs problem, and had a much cleaner and smarter interface and interactions. Story-wise, Sun and Moon was not great. I'm not going to try and cover that up as anything other than whatever. But gameplay-wise, Sun and Moon was a pretty good step forward, which sounds awfully familiar, because that sounds a lot like what I've been saying about Sword and Shield as well. I am Lysandral. See, I don't mind Pokemon going darker. We talked about this during Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. I think what they did in X and Y was an incorrect way to do it. My opinion. Like, you want to have a Pokemon War? I don't think that's how it should be done. And frankly, I think Pokemon games can and have done much better approach on dark storytelling than that nonsense. And Lysandroth was an idiot. I've never noticed before the pupils are X's.
What just happened?
Let's talk about it once you're back.
But yeah, it probably ousts me as a filthy casual, but I will always put Pokemon Sword and Shield as one of my favorite Pokemon games, if not my actual favorite Pokemon game. I mean, yeah, it's Sword and Shield Bird. That's the actual answer. Although, in all honesty, I would say Lysandroth is actually stupider than Rose. Rose was fine except for literally one scene. Granted, it's a relevant scene, but still. Lysandroth was a moron all the way through, front to back. Let's Go, I would say, is probably about middle-ish. Oh, come on. That was a good shot and it doesn't count. Look at that. Only the butt shot counts. Fine, we'll use the frickin' whatever. Whatever.
Let's do this. Excellent. Nice work.
I don't know, Alex.
A new discovery.
Of the ones that I've reviewed, I'd probably put Let's Go above X and Y. Probably about on par with the Gen 3 remakes, specifically. And obviously below Sword and Shield and Black and White 1. I think it's the only ones I've reviewed, so...
Ah. Wow.
Yeah, well, we were right to believe there was another Illumina Pokemon, and it's a legendary just hanging out in these islands in the middle of nowhere. The mural was spot on. Which raises the question, did the things really happen the way the mural depicts them? Maybe Xerneas called the others for help. So they can make a barrier or something to stop the meteorite? A barrier big enough to cover the whole Lentil region? I don't know.
Yeah.
That's gotta be what happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd mean the people who built the ruins long ago helped the Illumina Pokemon too.
No.
But the meteorite came 2,000 years ago. Shouldn't Xerneas have awakened long before now?
Well,
I think stopping the meteorite probably took just about everything it had. So much so that it's still tired after a 2,000-year nap. Yeah, Gen 2, if we ever review a Gen 2 game, is almost guaranteed getting at least one negative for per long section of padding, because there are multiple in that game. Rocket base, excuse me. So, when do you think the mural was made, anyway? Wait, what? Also, who do you think made it?
Well. Ah.
Wait. Why is it you were able to meet those Pokemon? What? Me? I was always a Pokemon!
You guys get it, right?
Get what?
of course.
So obvious.
It's so simple. Do you really not know, Professor?
He's the PC, duh!
Pokemon can tell when someone really loves them. And they return that love right back. Right?
That must be from a study I haven't read yet.
We have got to get you out of the lab more often.
By the way, before you stone me, I actually enjoy Gen 2. I do. It's just, Gen 2 has some problems. Gen 2 is what made me fall in love with Pokemon. It was the first Pokemon game I enjoyed, so... You know? And it was a colossal leap forward from Gen 1. But... Hi, Gary. But... I mean... To continue to use the WoW parallels, Gen 1 was WoW Vanilla, Gen 2 was Burning Crusade. A huge step forward, still an old, kind of bad game. Speaking of Pokemon games and games being added to the list, I'm a little weirded out. Not in a bad way. But no one's ever donated for, like, a randomizer or a Nuzlocke, or both, of a Pokemon game before. Well, you see, Dr. Winter. So the reason I mention it is a friend of mine... You know, you never hit the button, Gary. I wouldn't even know if you didn't tell me. And you're probably lying to me. Like you do. Hulu saves the world. There we go. Thank you, Gary. Are you on tonight? I haven't checked Discord today. Rye and I have been doing kind of a co-op randomizer Nuzlocke of Gen 2, that is to say, Soul Silver, recently. Cool. It's been interesting. Our first run, our starter Pokemon choices were, oh god, what was it? It was like... Tentacool, and then 2 other Pokemon that are even worse than that. And here's the thing. Tentacool... No, not Soul Link. That's much worse than what we're doing. We're kind of dipping our toes into the water first. Tentacool sounds like a good pick until you realize that Tentacool only has 1 attack that low level. So we're like, okay, fine. We'll do another run. And in this one, we had Ralts, Mareep, and Starly as options for starters. And you might think, oh, that's a really good pick. Did you know Ralts doesn't have an attack of any kind whatsoever until level 6? She picked Ralts. I picked Mareep. I can't remember all of them. We had just the most horrific string of luck. We got a Barmy, a level 2 Barmy, as our first catchable Pokemon, and the Tentacool I mentioned earlier, and something else that has no attacks at low level, and I forget what it was. But it was like our only attack amongst 3 Pokemons was an extremely weak Poison Sting. And Poison Sting itself was doing 1 point of damage, so the poison itself was doing the bulk of damage. Anyways. Oh no, we gave that one up. That was a dead run. This has been one eventful survey, huh? Sure has. One that took us to every corner of Lental.
Thank you.
None of it would have happened without the 3 of you. I can't thank you enough for all your hard work. We found even more topics begging to be studied.
Professor.
Well, I'm sticking around to help. I was hoping you would. It's not like you gotta be anywhere, right?
Oh.
What you can explain our new idea? Course scores! They're a system I've devised to measure how thoroughly you can research a course in a single outing. Quality counts, but so does quantity. Photograph as many as you can. You can use the internet to see your ranking, which I don't want to see.
Yeah.
And there's also burst mode, so now your camera can take multiple photos with 1 press of the shutter, which is a real thing, actually.
Wow!
Now.
Hey!
So what's the good news you were talking about? Oh, I bet you're itching to know.
Huh?
You're the one who brought it up. Okay, fair point. So I got the processor to check out the reef in the evening.
Wow!
I'm totally doing that. Yeah, I like saccharine stuff. I like positive stuff. That was sick. Or sickening. That was bad. I actually agree. That's going to be a negative to story. I did not like that. We found new teleportation points. Oh my god, we've got new levels. Interesting.
Yep. That's right.
Heartwarming. That's a good word. I like heartwarming. What I don't like is that. There's several new areas unlocked. Good lord. Well, negative to gameplay. I mean, story. I'm gonna steal your line here. Sickeningly saccharine. Saccharine. Let's do this. How come your Pokemon always look so happy in photos? I killed a Morlul by accident. That's a good way to put that, Dr. Winter. Because you're right, it's really a severity problem if you boiled. Okay, that is pretty. Oh, I like that. Look at that.
Look at that sunset. See? I told you it was gonna be gorgeous.
It's okay, Lord Haramont. It never will. Okay, maybe it will. It might. It might. Because it's a better game. No, I'm joking. Well, okay.
Awesome!
So here's the thing, Lord Haramont. I don't know if you know me at all, but you may or may not know that I value gameplay a lot. Like, a whole lot. And as I've just given away by the fact that Pokemon Sword and Shield is one of my favorite Pokemon games, gameplay is really important to me. And I'm not gonna lie, I do find the gameplay of this game more engaging and interesting, with an asterisk, than Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Now I'm just gonna kind of cringe and wait for Lord Haramont to stab me to death, because that's kind of what I'm expecting to see for that statement. Oh, he's sleeping. They're sleeping. Group chat. Now, I had to add that asterisk, and here's the thing. This game, if it dragged on too much, would absolutely bore the snot out of me. Like, no question. And that's kind of the problem, is... So, this is a puzzle game. This is, at its very core, a puzzle game. Interact with what, where, and how to get the different types of shots, to level up, access new areas, and fill out the decks, right? That's fun. I'm with that. Cool. But imagine, you saw how many times we redid the first stage just to get to level 3? That already was getting old, right? They do, Jaron Duffy. That it is very rare a short game is very positive or very negative. It has happened. Cough, cough, Portal. And several Mega Man games. What? Oh, that's it. Yeah, you know what? Stanley Parable is a good example. Stanley Parable was literally borderline too long. It was right on the edge there. If it had gone on a little bit much longer, it would have honestly crossed the line into too long for what it was. My opinion. A very short game with a lot of negatives. Superman 64, E.T., but no, let me think about that for a second. Mega Man X7. Lapras. What was that? Are those the Lapras? Congrats, Luca. Have fun. The Wily stages are really mean. Also, Mummy Demastered, which was a one-day game. It was like a 5-hour game with a net negative golden number.
Welcome back.
Which is impressive. Ooh, we got a new Squirtle shot. Metroid 1 will probably be a net negative game. I haven't reviewed it yet. I do want to. Star Trek Shattered Universe. That was another short game that just bombed. Yeah, I didn't even finish Mummy Demastered because screw that game. Aww. So let's see. How long was Star Trek? Let me pull up the spreadsheet over here because I keep track of the exact ratings on that. Star Trek Shattered Universe. Scroll down a bit. No, keep.
Perfect timing. Nice work. Nice work.
Keep. God damn it.
Nice work.
I'm pretty sure it was a day stream. Here it is. 6.5 hours, and that was a negative 34.11 golden number. That's
Nice work.
admittedly a little rare.
Nice work.
Butt shot! Gotta keep the butt shot. Very important.
Great timing.
Will, butt. Yes, it will, Russ. And as well as the remake, which we will play right after it. First mission? Or first whatever.
Nice work.
Yeah, it takes effort to suck that bad. It really does. It's impressive in its own way when a game sucks that badly. By the way, Mummy Demastered, we did give up on it, but I got to the second to last area. Was a 3.7 hour game that got a negative 15 on the golden number. That's...
By the way.
yeah. There's core score. Which we got a new record on. Yay!
Excellent.
Oh yeah, going from Metroid to Super Metroid is a huge jump. Especially for those of us who didn't play Metroid 2, because we didn't have a Game Boy. Oh, it was so bad, Lord Aramon. Oh my gosh. Okay. I mean, honestly, it's like going from Final Fantasy 1 to Final Fantasy 4, which, hey! Me too, Sean. I was shocked. I was legit shocked by that one. I don't know if you remember, but afterwards I looked it up, and the speedrun I'd seen of that game was in the awful block, and I was just like, oh! I wish I'd realized that walking in. Whoops. Favorite Dragon Age companion? Well, obviously it's Morrigan. Because she's extremely good in bed. Now, I mean, she can shapeshift, for God's sakes. It is actually Morrigan, for real, all jokes aside. Partially because of the voice actress, partially because of the nuance, partially because of the arc. She's a typical BioWare character, but she's a very well done, typically BioWare character. And I love her story arc from Dragon Age Origins all the way into Inquisition. So... It's the worst game ever, Mr. Red. Meryl from Dragon Age 2. I think Cassandra is my first thought from Dragon... I just picked 3 women. Whatever. Cassandra from Inquisition is probably my best pick there. Oh, I do like Miranda. She's awesome. Yeah, I didn't expect to like Iron Bull as much as I did, but he's pretty awesome too.
Hey!
So I have to pick someone from Origins that isn't Morrigan. So it's going to be Alistair. Which is funny, because I hear from an enormous number of people that they hate Alistair. And I will never understand that. Alistair's awesome. I love Alistair. Sarah's in Inquisition. Or Paramount. Ooh.
This is certainly a big change from the desert.
We're in Utah now.
Look, already there are Pokemon you haven't encountered yet.
There's lunch! I do have a sheaf of bacon in my fridge right now. Just saying. Oh, absolutely, Zach Taff. That poor woman. I would not want to go through what she went through. That was quick. Jesus. Oh, no, I agree. If we ever do a re-review of Dragon Age Origins, I'm probably going to actually give a negative. Or for Alistair's reaction to a certain thing at the end of the game. Because it is, in my honest opinion, bad writing. It's trying to force a specific decision with no in-between, with no nuance, with no nothing, because screw you. And I don't care how much it makes sense, and I don't care how much it can be explained away. All I care about is that it's stupid. It's essentially just there to force you, the player, to make the quote-unquote hard choice. Well, it's okay. You've lost every other argument about Dragon Age Origins, so I'm safe, Lord Harriman. Wait. But I do. I think that forced choice is a bad decision. Because there's no other way to do it. In a game that's all about giving you tons and tons of ways to make your way through things.
Oh, really?
And to develop and nuance and do the prep work and make this happen, it's one of them has their life ruined or dies. The end. And it doesn't matter what you've done for his character, and it doesn't matter how you've developed him. It's just, nope, screw you. I'm dumb. Bad writing. It reminds me of a movie I saw just a couple days ago. Yep, I found a van. Oh, the Landsmeet's great. The Landsmeet's getting a positive or 2 or 3. The Landsmeet's one of my favorite parts of that game. I mean a negative for Alistair in that scene. And you're gonna have to really work at it to convince me not to give that one. Onyx! I mean, the City Elf Origin also got a negative, which I'm probably going to stand behind. I sincerely doubt I'm going to change my mind on that one. Peekaboo. I mean, I have no idea. Zach Taft? I'm not there yet. I've never played that DLC. If I could change one thing about Chrono Trigger's story, other than its connection to Cross, which is the first thing I would change, of course. Other than making Magus have dual techs.
Hello.
Yes, that's a story thing, by the way. Yeah, actually, well, whatever. City Elf was one of the first Origins I saw, too, and that almost made me quit the game. If that's not a negative, I don't know what is. Like, I've told that story before. I almost didn't play Dragon Age Origins. And the first time I did do it, I did it begrudgingly and didn't enjoy my playthrough. I did get your question. I answered you even, Zactaft. So, but I still feel that Alistair's bad writing would deserve a negative if Inara wasn't such a dislikable character.
Nice work.
That's the one, Alex, yes.
A new discovery. Nice work. A new discovery. Nice work. Nice work.
I don't know, Lord Harriman. I'm not sure.
A new discovery.
You know what's really sad? Dragon Age Origins scored extraordinarily well under the old system.
A new discovery.
That was before we had the current process of multiple points per idea thing.
Nice
So, I shudder to think about what Dragon Age Origins is going to score when we re-review it. I'm most curious about Dragon Age 2, actually, because I think that game's going to score a lot better than most people think it will.
Excellent.
Yeah. Dragon Age 2 will probably get a negative for will absolutely get a negative for external continuity.
Thank you.
Not sure about Inquisition.
Whoa.
Yet, can Zactaft not hear me? I have now responded to him twice, and he is still ignoring me. Yes, Dragon Age 2 will get the external continuity negative. Guaranteed.
This stream is a tributary.
Like, I don't think that one's even in debate, to be completely honest with you. What am I hearing? It was a Magikarp, now it's a Dead? I don't know, I can't be clever. Yeah. Me too, Evo, although I was a little older than 14. For alligator. For alligator. Well, no, that's fair, Zactaft. Not getting shot is important. No, Tag, you're it. No, absolutely not, Dr. Winter. That's not how the system works, or has worked, or ever will work, in fact. Mega Man 1, to use a bad example, will not get external negative continuity for Mega Man 2. Okay, let me try to think of an actual example. It doesn't work that way. The game that doesn't acknowledge the previous one is the one that gets the negative. The game that is made worse by the lack of acknowledgement and the lack of usage of external continuity is the one that gets the negative. Dragon Age Origins exists in a vacuum. Dragon Age Origins exists before 2 exists. So it is actually impossible for Dragon Age Origins to get an external continuity negative or positive, because it has no external continuity. It is at the beginning. This is why Chrono Cross, hey, Atropius, will get a negative to external continuity, and Chrono Trigger will not, to use another example that we've already thought out and already decided upon. Now, I get what you're saying, for the record, but we decided on that particular system for various record-keeping kind of reasons. So, the subsequent games are the ones that get the negatives. Now, obviously, there are some cases where that's kind of a little bit more debatable. Like, if there's a Star Wars game, KOTOR, and it's the first one in the series, well, it still can have negatives for continuity, because it is part of Star Wars. It's part of a franchise. Now, Tor is going to get some negatives for external continuity. Several. And, ironically, quite a few pluses for internal continuity. Because it actually keeps track of itself quite well. Go figure. I got one. Picture. Hey, Baron. Oh, hi. Buchanan. Please don't kill me. Would Final Fantasy II get a negative for external continuity? No. Final Fantasy X-2 would get a positive for external continuity. Really. Think about it. Think about how many characters, locations, events, and concepts matter more in 10-2 than they do in 10 because of 10. 10-2, frankly, has more world building than 10. And fleshes the world out substantially. That's a good question, Valerian. What does 10 do better than 10-2? Tone. And arguably combat. Depends on what you prefer. The funny thing is, I actually really love both 10 and 10-2's combat. They're both excellent. It's just they're completely different from each other. Would I give Mass Effect 2 a negative for the DLC you can only get by playing that stupid mobile game? I don't know off the top of my head. I know that's not the answer you're looking for, but it would depend on the specifics, and I don't remember the specifics, so I don't know.
Now then. Nice work.
The Witcher 1, specifically? Oh, I get why you're asking. Yes, Witcher 1 would be in consideration for external continuity by virtue of being part of the Witcher franchise. Excuse me.
A new discovery. Nice work.
Star Trek Online will get probably more than 3 positives for external continuity. Not joking.
A new discovery. Nice work.
But yeah, 10 has better tone and a better plot than 10-2.
A new discovery.
I can't say either of them do better characters, because actually some characters are better on one, and some characters are better on the other. Look at the difference between Riku and 10 and 10-2, and it's night and day. But there's a lot of side characters who are fleshed out a lot more, and frankly a lot better in 10-2. So yeah, 10 also had consistent tone, whereas 10-2 has no idea what it wants to be. I wasn't even going to bring up Brother, who was 3 negatives by himself. Again, no exaggeration. Yeah, 10's tone, you know everything you need to know about Final Fantasy X from the title screen. The song, the piano song, everyone's standing somber over a ruin as the sun is setting. That is all you need to know about 10 in one scene. It's one of the reasons that's such a beautiful scene and gets positives. That's 10, front to back, right there. No, Harriet. For the same reason that World of Warcraft doesn't get positives for including references to Zelda. To use a parallel. I think it's all the stages. Like, I think we've actually done everything. There's probably other things to unlock, but I think I'm satisfied for review purposes. I do need to jot down a couple of other things here. Here, hang on. Let's go back here. Oh, excuse me.
Look at this.
Aw, that makes the music too quiet. Whatever. Well, enjoy the screensaver while we do the audit. I need someone to assassinate Alex Korobiniki really quick. Please and thank you. Rest. I don't know who that is off the top of my head, Mr. Red, so I'd have to look it up. So, naturally, we qualify this as a puzzle game, because this is a puzzle game. Well, a game where things are bad but can get better, by definition, is not depressing. But the answer to your question is yes, Baron. You know what? I agree with you, Lord Harriman. I don't think that's impossible. That's a weird thought. I mean, Dragon Age 2 has some issues on its gameplay axis, but I consistently, multiple playthroughs, have had more fun playing Dragon Age 2 than Dragon Age Inquisition. We'll see when we get there. I don't know. Speaking of which, could someone type !guess for me really quick, just to save me a moment? Thank you. Just gonna go ahead and lock down the sheet. Well, okay, I'll let you guess. Go ahead and get your guesses in right now. I'm chopping it off as I do a bit of auditing here real quick. So, guess! If you haven't. And if you haven't, or don't want to, that's fine. You don't have to. You don't have to. We all know this game is better than Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, obviously. So, I'll do this.
It's time.
I'm telling you, I'm just giving you a little bit of a... I can give you a... I don't have to push any buttons. This is the best audit ever. I don't have to pause the game. I don't have to have the backdrop. I can just let the game play. And you can just see, like, this interactive screensaver thing going on. It's great. I love it. You scored absolutely nothing. Because you didn't click anything. I mean... Dr. Winter asked a question. Let's go check the question queue. Let's see. It says, are you hyped about the Zelda PC ports? Zelda PC ports? That's not the Dr. Winter question. The Dr. Winter question was, do you think Mass Effect would have worked with an XCOM-style combat? I'm going to be as blunt about this as I possibly can. I think properly done XCOM-style combat fits every setting. Nameless Baron wants to play the X series of games. Which one do you start with? I hate those games. I'm the wrong person to ask. I didn't really answer Ross's question. Change one thing about Chrono Trigger's story. Pass. There's nothing I want to change. There's only things I want to flesh out more. I suppose codifying headcanon, where I feel like my headcanon is better than the canon, but I can't think of any other specifics, you know? Like, I'm sure if I really thought about it, I could probably come up with a specific. I just can't off the top of my head. Now, you said change, not add to. There's a lot of story that can be added to Chrono Trigger. Like, if I was handed the reins of Chrono Trigger to do a proper remake, I would add a lot of story. Because there's a lot that could be fleshed out there. And everyone would hate it. But I'm okay with that. And I'm not okay with that. Alright, now I'm chopping off the golden number guesses. So I hope you got your guess in, because we're done. Change to view. Done. Okay. Alright, hang on. Let's get another background while we actually do this here. Listen, we all know that if someone's extremely miserable, you should give them booze. That's just how that works. High score! Yes! I set a new high score. Technically.
Huh?
Let's go with the desert stage. I like the music up there. At night. Alright, so, story. This is going to be a quick one. Animation. Atmosphere and tone. No, I put that under something else. Babylon 5 effect, no. Background lore, not really. Banter, non-existent. Branching narrative, non-existent. Camera work. I put it under the outro, Dr. Winter. Characters, non-existent. Cinematics. Consequent storytelling, cutscene incompetence, dialogue, doodads. Doodads. Actually, yeah, the doodad design's pretty awesome in this game. I'll give that a positive. Empty text. Not really. Post-game. My low tick. I mean, there's much more post-game on top of this. This game could go on for quite a... Like, 100%ing this game takes an inordinate amount of time, which is why I actually know we're not doing that. In fact, let's just look this up here. What do we got? Let's just use how long to beat, because their times are always terrible. So, time to do the main story, they list at 11 hours. Okay. And time to do pretty much everything, 20 hours. Time to 100%, 62 hours. Hi, Michael Vania. So, external continuity. Hang on. I need to see something. Okay. So we did not give Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Sky an external continuity positive. So I think I'm okay not giving this one. I think I'm not going to give this one. I think it needs to be a bit more than just, it's the Pokemon we know acting like we think they should to qualify for that. Fake drama, no. Foreshadowing, no. Humor, no. Integration, internal continuity, intro, lighting, localization, scroll forwards, moments, music direction, outro, we're going to give a negative to that. Pacing doesn't really even apply. Padding doesn't apply. Plot, I mean, there's not a plot. Party limitation, nope. Sound design, story sequencing, story voting, themes, continuity, voice acting, bam! So, that gives us a net +3 to story. I should probably write down the times before I move any further forwards. You can tell I'm out of practice here. I've only took 1 week off. I'm already falling behind. Hang on. So that's 441.
It's time.
Shut up. Okay. Yeah, no, this is effectively a bottle episode, which is fine, of course. What is the date?
All right.
Let's do a little math. Yeah, no kidding. This would be a really expensive bottle episode.
Mm-hmm.
Chop. Get off my screen. I'll kill you. Here, one more zone, because we gotta do the gameplay audit still. Any request? Oh, you know what? I know exactly which zone we're gonna do. Just for something to look at while we do our last little bit, which is the gameplay audit. I know exactly where we're going.
Thank you. Yep.
Okay. Gameplay. No animations to speak of. Audio spam is a negative. No auto battle. No alternate leveling. No backtracking.
Take care.
Bestiary, bosses, bugs, builds, cheats. Camera. Choices, co-op controls are fine, really. Core mechanics, crashes, difficulty curve, difficulty options, early mid-game, late game. Post-game. Fast travel. Most of this stuff doesn't even apply here. No gotchas. Doesn't really apply there. That doesn't apply. Guidance and flow of exploration. Okay, I know what I'm gonna do. I never figured it out, Alex. None of that, none of that. Interface, intro, barely exists. Itemization doesn't apply, there's no kit to speak of, there's a lot of good levels. Lighting is whatever. It's pretty, but it's not gameplay relevant. There's no penalty for failure to speak of. The penalty for failure is if you run out of pictures, then you fail and you start... Well, you actually don't even fail, you just stop the mission. No mid-mission checkpointing, no map, no mini-games, no options, no mod support. Music. Yeah, that's the weird thing. The music is in no way bad, but I hesitate to call it good. Oh, hang on. I kind of want to see the Lapras this time. No! Lapras! It's like that way. Isn't it? There it is. There we go. And now you have to live with the fact that the cursor's off-center. I'm so sorry. Yeah, we'll go ahead and call the music a wash. That's fine. I mean, honestly, that may sound like a bad thing, but I can think of plenty of games we've given negatives to music for being too repetitive, or too irritating, or too frustrating, including at least 2 games we've played recently. So... replayability is the other big one that I want your thoughts on.
It's time.
As weird as it may sound, I think I agree with one replay positive for this one. I could see myself picking this up and just chilling to it later and continuing to fill out the decks, you know? Just, you know, okay, hang on. You know what I mean? And that's pretty much the definition of that first replayability positive, so... You didn't take any photos! No, why would I? Yeah, Animal Crossing will probably get the same positive, assuming we ever review it, which we won't because that game resists reviewing. I would actually veto Animal Crossing because of how much that game resists reviewing. So, let's see what our golden number is, shall we? Harvest Moon doesn't have the same problem Animal Crossing does. I could, Alex. You know what, actually, hang on a second. I'm going to take a snapshot of it right now. No, that's not indicative. Oh. You know, Asdamine, I've gotten that question 3 times today, and about 10 times over the last week. Have a little faith in me. It's okay. We'll do it. We'll figure it out. Watch tomorrow. You'll see how we're going to review it. Hang on. Don't drumroll yet. I'm not ready. I'm not ready. I got to punch in some numbers first. So give me a second here. So that's 3. Okay, here's the critical question. Does anyone think this game is going to outscore Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Sky? It might. It really might. Wow. They're going to be pretty close in score to each other. I'm going to tell you that right now. Yeah, because the positive per hour ratio is just going to be higher, and they both have a similar amount of positives to them. And this one has less negatives. Look, I'm sorry. What do you want from me? You know what's really pissing me off in its own way? Pokemon Mystery Dungeon had a net plus 11 to story, which is quite good. This game had a net plus 12 to gameplay, which is quite good. Can we just... No, okay, whatever. Look, all I'm saying is it so hard... I mean, it is. Okay, all joking, all mockery aside. It is actually extraordinarily hard to have a game that has good gameplay and good story. It's one of the reasons I value that so much. Like, if you put a gun to my head, I'll prefer a game with good gameplay over good story, even though in the review I rate them equally. But what I want more than great gameplay or great story is both. Those are the games that really score really well. Those are the games that peak. And yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so drum roll! Drum roll! Yeah, exactly as to me. That's why Shadowbringers was so damn high by itself. And why FF14 as a whole was dragged down so much by the other expansions. Final golden number of 40.97, which is a good game. If you remember, 40-ish is a legitimately good game. And I wasn't expecting that, if I'm being honest. I was expecting this to be just kind of a nothing burger. But I had fun. I actually enjoyed this experience way more than I thought I would. I stand by what I said. If it was 5 hours longer, or twice as long, or 3 times as long, that score would just start to nosedive down. But it doesn't overstay its welcome, and that's good. I would absolutely love to see more games of this style, not just in Pokemon. I never played the original Snap, no, so I was going in kind of blind. Now, let's figure out who won. So that's 40.97. So Blade Terval guessed a 42. Hang on. Someone guessed a 39 as well. Looks like Blade Terval is going to be the winner there. So Blade Terval wins, and we're going to put that towards Strangers of Paradise. Done. I don't know when I'm going to put together the rumination of this. It's a little late today. I might just go without sleep. I might put it off. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But at some point, I will, do that. Tomorrow, one way or the other, we're going to go ahead and start with, well, this game right here. So, I do hope at least some of you will join us, and you'll then know exactly how we're going to review Smash Brothers. The big mystery will be revealed.